Hey guys.
Hey. Okay, wait, I still have to open Chaos Head. Dude. What's it with today? Um, anyways. Let's say hi to everybody. Hello, your heart, and Anibo, and Binya, and Riceco, and Taburo, August, and Muffin, and Moosh, and also August Poi. Thank you for 4 months of Prime Gaming. And hello, Orm, and Nitro, and Gozu, and West, and Mac, yeah. And and Bucky. What's up, motards? Don't call me that. I woke up late. Did something happen? Well, I had quite the unpleasant morning. And then, well, before that, I messed up the Clip Studio, like, sponsor dates. So, before I went to sleep, I was very stressed out. That I did it wrong. And that the thing was gonna be like null basically, and I wouldn't get anybody, but it's okay. That's sorted. So at least we have 1 W. And then I didn't get into Offkai Artist Alley. So I will have to be getting tickets. Yeah. So not the best day, but we truck on. We get to play Chaos Head instead. And we don't have to do the sponsor stream tomorrow. We can do it on Friday. More time for you to be a tourist. I don't know. I mean, like, last Artist Alleys I've been to, like, not Artist Alleys, but, like, the anime cons, I don't really go anywhere else besides the Artist Alley. But yeah, I'll try to make arrangements. Maybe I'll just have people, like, pre-order stuff ahead of time, and then go travel to find me to pick it up. And if you didn't happen to be there, then I hope that somebody can be kind enough to mail it to you. Okay, let me boot up the game. Yeah, we keep trucking on. So it's gonna be one of those streams where I beg for kindness. Don't set me off. But yeah, how about that Chaos Head Noah? Also, hi Blitz and Jeffrey. Is this loud? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Head, I hardly Noah. So true. Okay, wait, let me... Is it fine, actually? Well, maybe when they start talking, it'll be louder, so... I'll turn it down a smidge. Oh, you think it's good? Okay, I'll put it back up then. Yeah. Shall we get started, or should I, dilly-dally longer? Wait, I kind of want to look at how much the Offkai tickets are. Sigh. It's 105 right now. Ouch. Oh wait, it's 105 before May 15th. Okay. Good to know. You got time, that's true. I got time to save. Wait, there's like some weird poop mark on my cup. What is that? Ew. It's like orange on like the bottom of my cup. Okay. We freaking got this. I literally don't know what that was. It might have been like peanut butter or something. Even though I haven't had peanut butter. It's not orange mold. I don't even think mold can be orange. Alright, continue. Load. This one. Oh my god. Is he loud? I feel like he's kind of loud. Especially if I have to talk over them. So I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Just a notch.
The first month has concluded with results that exceed our expectations. There are only minor discrepancies between the GE rate increase and our initial calculations.
And our ventures into biorhythm control proceeding smoothly as well. Oh wait, I haven't done my summary of what happened last time. Wait, I low-key don't remember what happened. We saw Fez concert, or was that the one before that? We got an awesome foot job. And I don't know what else happened. That was that was the only thing I remember. Oh, wait! And we also there's mysterious Rimi-chan, the pink-haired girl, that suddenly is in our lives right now. And we don't know what's going on with that. Like, apparently we just forgot she existed or something. I don't know. But I'm sure... Well, actually, we're not gonna find out what is going on with that until later, I think. Yeah, that's my short summary. Just go watch the VOD.
And our adventures into
biorhythm control proceeding smoothly as well.
Shibuya's GE rate, while it is higher than most found in other areas, proves to be quite stable.
Therefore, manipulating it is a simple matter, and forcing a sudden increase in biorhythms of Shibuya's inhabitants would be equally trivial. Also, Anipo, thank you for 6 months. That's half a year. Wow. Also, hi. Hello, Bo. I forgot the voice. Please consult the report containing the results of our experiment. I believe you will find the fruits of our labor to be quite acceptable.
It's only natural that even a scum like you would produce such results. We're supplying you with a large sum of money and incredible human resources after all.
I'm aware as to how effective it is. The church's followers have multiplied considerably over the past few months alone. And with that, Project Noah shall now advance its next shape, into its next shape. Are we in agreement? Okay, title drop. What do you have in mind for its code samples? Well, you may have obtained the samples of 3 people you have yet to reach our quota.
Indeed, it will prove most difficult to achieve such numerical values if we do not have 5 samples at minimum. We are currently gathering sample carriers. After such is achieved, all that remains will be extraction. So I gotta know what they're going on about.
then we shall leave it in your hands. May the divine light save you. Continue your proceedings with great caution.
Yes, I shall do my utmost.
Okay. Things going on in Nozomi Corp. Oh my god. It's time for our favorite protagonist. Yawn!
I should probably go to bed.
Stifling a yawn, I looked at the clock on my PC. It was 5 a.m. Wait, he's literally me. I'd spent another entire day grinding on ESO, but no monsters had ended up dropping the rare items I was looking for. I've been binging it for about 8 hours straight, but still, no luck. Meh. That happened to me all the time, though. I glanced over to the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I'd bought yesterday was still leaning against it. Oh yeah, also we bought a cool sword from this random shop because Fez said something about swords protecting us, so we went out and brought a random one. Also, hello, Eds. I had it set there. The bubble throw. I had it set there within reach of me so I could grab it at any moment. Speaking of the sword, that damn thing hadn't glowed at all. I've been hoping that it'd transform into some new badass form like the one Senna had, but I'd been similarly out of luck there too. On my monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My 9 heart was already max level, so he wouldn't go any higher. It's probably about time to make a new character, my third after Liselot, I thought to myself as I sleepily rubbed my eyes. Or I rubbed my sleepy eyes. EXP sure was something. It was a well-known concept in RPGs, but I figured XP existed in real life too. Back when I started playing ESO, I'd been a total nobody who didn't know right from left, but now I was known far and wide as lightning fast 9heart, the most powerful player in Base Lord. Taku is level 0 then. No, he's level 100 boss. Obviously. Let's say the person controlling me had lost a chunk of my XP. EXP? Do people say XP or EXP? For some reason or another. If that happened, then it'd make complete sense why I'd forgotten things. That could also be where the discrepancy in my memory had come from. Things like Shogun and the Demon Girl. Before a chunk of my XP got wiped, maybe it was perfectly normal for me, the person controlling me, to post in chat rooms under the handle Shogun, and for me to live like a complete normie with the Demon Girl. No, that just wasn't possible. But if it was possible, then maybe I used to possess an incredible power that would allow me to oppose the Demon Girl. Was I the only one who thought like this? I didn't really feel like it was a particularly weird way of thinking. Human beings could only really make judgments based off of their own sense of values that they'd come up with themselves. So maybe it wasn't just me living my day-to-day life, making the wrong decisions, but everyone in the entire world. Okay. Back when I was little, I'd gone to the dentist and remember them telling me, "You did such a good job putting up with that pain. You are a very good patient." At the time, I thought I was amazing for making it through to the end. I felt really proud of myself. Thinking back on it now, though, that comment was probably based on the degree of pain felt compared to the progression of the cavity. But even if the level of pain was the same, there would be people that could bear the pain and there would be people that couldn't. In other words, I came to realize how someone recognized and felt such sensations completely depended on the person. Childbirth, for example, I'd often see on the internet that women could endure the pain of it, but it would be completely impossible for men. Another example would be marathon runners. Maybe they excelled not because of their physical strength, but their ability to endure pain. Okay. There were also sadists and masochists. If there were people that found pleasure in being hurt, there would also be people that derived pleasure from hurting others. I love Takemi's little think box. Also, hello Tongyo. In other words, I believe that the way that people felt things, along with their ability to handle pain and suffering, all vary from person to person. Perhaps the level of pain and the toothaches and headaches I got from time to time actually far surpassed the limits of pain an ordinary person could take. And if that were true, then perhaps if I'd pass the pain on to someone else, the sheer agony would cause them to go into shock and die. He's such a thinker. Yeah. Guys, his pain is uncomparable to literally anyone else. He's so strong. The conclusion I ended up coming to as a result of this line of thinking was more or less a self-righteous delusion that perhaps I was special. He's special, alright. Special. Who am I kidding? Although I denied it, I was sure that every person had delusions like this. Every man longs to be the strongest in the world. Every human being wants to think that they're special, that they're the chosen one. We all want to think that a dramatic story full of twists and turns like the ones you'd find in TV and movies is waiting for us in the future. The so-called desire to be a hero or to be blunt textbook chunibyo shit. Of course, even I had those kinds of desires. It could very well be my destiny to triumph over the demon girl. But if that really was my destiny and I had to make it come true, I need a number of conditions to be met first. At the very least, I absolutely needed the ability to use cheats. Be it cheat codes for special attacks or maybe a god mode of some kind. I didn't want to deal with any pain or fear. If I couldn't cheat in some way, or in other words, if I was supposed to achieve that with my own power, there'd be no way I would be able to do it. Which is why if the person controlling me had lost all my EXP, that would be a huge blow for me. Super effective one! He is such a gamer. He loves his game analogies. I just barely got to school on time. It probably wasn't the best idea to stay up playing video until early in the morning on a school night. I'd had to run in order to make it on time. When I got to the classroom door, I stopped and took deep breaths to try to catch my breath. I couldn't act in a way that would make me stand out to my classmates. For me, even something like being late would be fatal. If the Dokyun's eyes all zeroed in on me, my life would be over. Losing 10 XP tomorrow when they take my tooth. Wow, that's happening tomorrow. Good luck. Also, Dino, thank you for 10 months of Prime Gaming. I slowly made my way into the classroom, keeping my head down. I couldn't let myself make eye contact with anyone. Of course, I didn't give a mindless greeting like good morning either. Trying to make my presence as undetectable as possible, I made myself invisible and turned toward my seat. Also, Taekyo! Thank you for 4 months.
Thanks, guys.
You really want the ad-free viewing experience. Yeah, I saw people like this one VTuber complain on Twitter about like people having like pre-roll. Like they hate pre-roll ads. But like I also don't want to run my own ads, dog. Sorry that you don't like that. Yeah, we hate ads. I mean, I kind of get it. Cause like, I guess for like raiders, like you get hit with like the ad like straight from the get-go. But like, I think it's unpleasant to have like ads in the middle of the stream if you're already watching it. Unnecessary evil. Yeah, I mean like, okay, I don't know, man. It's like 30 seconds. Unless it's longer than that. It's been a while. But it's okay. How the ads would help you make a career out of this? Well, it's more like, I don't know. I feel like unless like I take a dedicated ad break. I don't want like, I think what I hate more is like watching a conversation or listening to it and then having it be interrupted by an ad. Like, we don't like that. Ad break pee time. The thing is like you're forced to make it hourly. And I don't need breaks every hour. Like, yeah, there's like no winning. Anyways, I'm just gonna leave it as the bare minimum. Sucks to be a raider, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like hopefully you get rid of the ad from my starting soon screen. True, but sometimes the pre-rolls are 2 minutes. Are they actually? No. Maybe I should change it then. But I don't know. That's too much thinking. Stretching and doing arm curls every hour. I guess. There's really no escaping Twitch ads unless you sub to the channel or sub to Twitch Turbo, unfortunately. Yeah, they go about it in a strange way. But I guess I don't know, Twitch needs those profit margins. They really want people to run ads. Well, anyways, trying to make my presence as undetectable as possible, I made myself invisible and turned toward my seat. That was always how I did things. And today was no different. I made it to my seat without any issue and sat down. Soon after, I laid my head and arms face down on the desk, and from there, I was safe until homeroom started. But I only got to relax for a split second before someone's hand clapped against my back. Yo, Taku, you come to school 3 times this week, haven't ya? You're really getting serious now, huh? Misumi-kun again. Even though he was really getting on my nerves, I'd feel bad if I ignored him, so I started to reluctantly raise my head, only to hesitate. Was Misumi-kun the real one? 2 days ago, I'd done what the demon girl told me to do and called him. When I talked to him, he'd been very clearly acting strange. I mean, he told me that Rimi was our classmate, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world, which I hadn't expected at all. Maybe the demon girl had brainwashed him, or maybe it was something else. Maybe the person controlling him had been switched out. Hello? You got cold already? Oh my god. An electronic sound suddenly rang throughout the classroom. I felt a faint vibration near my chest. It was my cell phone! Shit! Now of all times? What kind of asshole would call at a time like this? Not only was my phone going off, but even though I was sure I'd set it to vibrate, the ringtone was going off too. I guess I messed it up in the settings. Also, hello, Coco. Motang. Okay. Taku, your phone's ringing. Yes, I know, goddammit, should I just answer it? But if I did that, Misumi-kun would know I was faking being asleep. Besides, I didn't really like talking on the phone. But also, if I didn't pick up, it would annoy the rest of the class, and considering how it was ringing loudly throughout the classroom, it had to be doing that already. I wasn't supposed to stand out, and this was really, really bad. Hello? You're not gonna pick up? Are you actually asleep? Damn it, while I'd been freaking out over what to do, I'd already lost my chance. I couldn't move now. The sound and vibration stopped. The call must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief, soft enough that Misumi-kun wouldn't be able to hear it. It was definitely the right call of me to have figured out how to use the voicemail function. Hey Taku, who was it on the other end, huh? Don't tell me it was a chick. Was it the glasses chick that you went home with not too long ago? I'm right, aren't I? Damn it, you're so annoying! I just wanted him to stop bothering me. That phone call had already made me stand out way too much. You think he made it because of voicemail message? I hope it has, his waifu in it. Wait, I kind of forgot what her name was. It starts with R, I think. Dog, I forgot. Maybe it did not start with R. I had an anime ringtone before. It's embarrassing. I think I used to have a Fire Emblem ringtone. Well, at least it wasn't like an anime, like, it's not like an anime voice line. Which I think is probably what Taku would do. I have a Mayuri ringtone on my Pixel. Okay. Also, hello, Kawaii Crew Forever. Oni-chan Denwa! Was that actually what you had? She goes like toot 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 toot. Oh, from Steins Gate? I guess it's kind of cute. But I just had like battle music for Rod. Has Misumi-kun always been this persistent? Though he'd always been way too friendly with me, I thought he at least had the capacity to take a hint. Oh my god. I still need to make the Mota poop rap my ringtone still. Yeah, gotta let everybody know that, I don't know. That you're the shit. Come on, knock it off already! I heard a voice from right next to Misumi-kun! Leave him be, Daichin! She seems real tired for some reason, so just lay off for today. She was here in my classroom, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Oh, come on, he was probably just gaming for way too long last night. You're way too soft on him. You're just mad because I'm not nice to you, and why would I, considering how you act around women? You're the enemy of all of us, I swear. They were having a friendly conversation like it was the most normal thing in the world. She was blending in like it was the most normal thing in the world. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to acknowledge that she was there. Meh. Even if you aren't the nicest to me, I've got loads of chicks that'll sub in for ya. Are you serious right now? I've been telling you over and over that you should stop saying things like that. Your girlfriend's gonna cry if she hears you. That I know who your current girlfriend is. Oh, there's the bell. Here comes the teacher. Had the demon girl really been my classmate all along? No, there was no way. She hadn't been there 2 days ago, or at the very least, the only person that'd spoken to me that day was Misumi-kun. I hadn't gone to school yesterday, so I wasn't sure about that one. But when I came today, she was here. How? How did she manage to worm her way in? Sorry. I ate dinner pretty recently. I got the hiccups. Everyone took their seats once the sound of the bell announced the start of homeroom. Sensing that, I looked up cautiously. I surveyed the room with just my eyes. I wanted the voice from earlier to have just been an illusion. In order to prove that to myself, I needed to make sure that the girl was nowhere to be found in the classroom. I didn't see her. I didn't see anything that even remotely resembled her. Did that really mean that she was a hallucination? My seat was in the 5th row from the front. There are 9 rows in total. She wasn't in any of the rows in front of me. Which meant she was behind me? But I couldn't turn around. I couldn't allow myself to stand out. Damn it. This was so frustrating. Was she really in my classroom or not? I didn't feel chills on the back of my neck. No one was looking at me. I didn't feel the gaze. Was she here or not here? Which was it? Still staring at the surface of the desk, I tried to detect her by just her presence alone. Right as I tried, I heard my homeroom teacher enter the classroom. I didn't remember the teacher's name. I had a feeling it was Tsukaji or Tsukada, or at least something like that. He was a PE teacher that had graduated from an athletic college, and he was a total musclehead. However, he didn't really act like it, nor did he employ corporal punishment like one might expect him to. If anything, he was the type of teacher who knew how to take a joke. For some reason, the class all started murmuring about something, but right now I was occupied with trying to detect the demon girl. Did I really expect to be able to sense her by presence alone? This wasn't some kind of manga. Was I an idiot? Oh my god, transfer student! Alright, listen up everyone. From today onward, we got a new transfer student. My homeroom teacher bubbled that to the class. Oh, so that was why the room was so noisy. Go on, Orihara. Give everyone a nice hello. I didn't hear the supposed transfer student say anything. Was there really one here? I glanced toward the door. Oh my god! It's the twin tail girl. And sure enough, there was someone there. Guys, are we starting off with the green or red? It's Kohyupi. Green. You starting off positive on a good note. This girl's too cute not to. Yeah, we gotta have a good first impression. She was extremely petite, possibly even more so than Nanami. She looks fairly timid, emulating that Moe get bullied all the time archetype. If I had to choose, she was probably around mid-tier when it came to 3D girls. For some reason, she was looking down at the floor, her eyes filled with tears. That's mid-tier is crazy. Guys, she's cute. Do I give her baby voice? Nanami has annoying baby voice, but I feel like maybe we can have softer spoken baby voice. She's like a fan fave next to Rimi, I feel like. Oh, I see. Wait, where's Nanami in the lineup? Wouldn't it be nice if the transfer student was some holy messenger sent here to protect me and slay the demon? Whoever Rimi was, I had no doubt she was dangerous. My life was being eroded. I knew that for a fact. Unless things changed, I'd be a dead man walking. Stupid Emoto tier? No! Alright, this way I'm here. Suddenly or maybe I should give her a pipsqueak. Cause her voice is kind of pipsqueaky. But I feel like maybe that overlaps with Nanami too much. Suddenly, the transfer student turned her gaze toward me and whispered that... No way! Takumi-kun, I'm here for blood! The demon girl is my target! Even though the transfer student's eyes were welling with tears, they were also filled with determination. Despite her timid appearance, I felt like I could trust her. There was no doubt that from an outsider's perspective, her words were blatantly nonsensical. It was the only person in the sea of confused people who... I was the only person in the sea of confused people who wasn't perplexed by her first words. In fact, I was screaming for joy. Internally, of course. I'm saved! No doubt, an exorcist organization sent this girl to dispose of Ruby. Fuck yeah! Kill that bitch! Taku, don't let her trick you! Ruby's panicked voice rang from behind me. It's not me she's after! It's you! Don't listen to her! Teacher, this is for demon. This is the end for you. You're the demon here. Both of you, shut up. Right now, I didn't care who the real demon was, nor who my real ally was. I want to spend my life watching Splatoon and playing ESO every day, and I'm happy with that life, so I couldn't give less of a damn what you two do. In fact, you'd be doing me a favor if you just killed each other. Yeah, like that cliche where two warriors hit each other at the same time, but both of them die. Following those words, I could feel a rising unease spread throughout the room. A transfer student whose name I didn't know, and a demon girl who had only been in this class since the day before yesterday, each glaring daggers at each other from their own separate corners of the room, the tension between them burning like a fuse trailing toward a pack of TNT. The homeroom teacher and the rest of the students were on the edge of their seats, watching intently as the events unfolded. Fine! I'll do as Taku says. I have no objections. I'll put you to rest, assassin. And I send you back to hell, Miss Demon. Oh. And then they both sprang into action. Of course, something like that would never actually happen. The transfer student remained as sheepish as ever, not uttering so much as a peep. Rimi also didn't say a word. In fact, she didn't give any indication that she was here at all. The scattered whispers grew to murmurs as the transfer student maintained her silence, so in order to comfort her, the teacher placed his hand on her shoulder. Looks like she's nervous. Alright, I'll take you off the hot seat. This is Orihara Kozue, everyone. I hope you all welcome her as your new member of the class. Orihara, your desk is over there in the back. Go ahead and take a seat. The transfer student made her way to the back without saying a word, keeping her head low to the ground. You make her sound like she's 2'3". I mean, she's giving very short. She's probably like 4 foot something. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. Should I pretend to watch her so I could catch a glimpse of the people behind me? Problem was that I draw a lot of unwanted attention to myself. I didn't want any Dokuns trying to pick a fight. All don't go staring at her just because she's cute or some bullshit like that. I was at a loss for what to do. Should I look now or should I wait until class is over? 3'9". There's no way. My head still firmly pressed against my desk. I squeezed my fist tightly. Forget it. I was a coward. Just like that. Just the thought of that. Just the thought of that, if I turned around, my eyes would meet that girl's... Oh my god, wait. Just the thought that if I turned around, my eyes would meet that girl's sent shivers down my spine. Hey, you over there? Huh? Are you a baddie? If you are, then could you please A-okay with killing you? Would Taku be described as a baddie? Okay. The transfer student walked right by my seat. Taken aback, I glanced at her face. Our eyes met, only for her to immediately avert her gaze and continue walking. What was that voice? No doubt it's just been another one of my delusions. I've been feeling overwhelmed by them lately, almost as if reality and delusion were blending together. Still, lacking the courage to turn around, my body stiffened even further, squeezing inward in my seat. I tried to focus on staying completely still, trying desperately to avoid drawing Rimi's attention. Okay. I need to remember next time that Kozumi appears on stream. Not on stream, but appears on screen to put my X-ray vision on. All my new fears and doubts zoomed through my head at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. Before I knew it, homeroom had ended. First period would begin in about 5 minutes. Mizumi-kun rushed over to the transfer student's desk. Knowing him, he was going to try to lay the moves on her. The other students were clearly interested in her too, and the room had grown louder than usual. At a glance, it may have seemed like a casual, peaceful, ordinary thing, but for me, it was like being caught deep within enemy territory. My heartbeat was going crazy, anxiety filled my head to bursting, and so much as lifting a finger felt more than a one-man job. My brain was in the midst of a civil war, one side urging me to turn around and the other side warning me not to. Taku! My breath caught in my throat. My mind went completely blank. A voice had come from directly behind me. She really was here. That girl was here after all. You don't look good. Are you feeling okay? I needed to run. I needed to run away as fast as I could. Despite that, my legs were shaking so violently that I couldn't even stand. And while I was frozen solid, that demon girl, Sakihata Rimi, circled around to the front of my seat. Oh my god, freaking witch! You're covered in sweat. You're not sick, are you? Just like 2 days ago, she spoke as if she were concerned about me. Just like 2 days ago, she held out her floral-scented handkerchief. Yeah, this is crazy. I didn't accept that handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the sweat from my forehead on my own. But why? Why what? I couldn't look her in the eye, but from how she spoke, I could tell she had a smile on her face. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, what exactly did she say to you? Rumi crouched down, resting her chin on her hands. Now at eye level with me, she peered at my face. I quickly looked away. It felt like the anxiety would tear my heart right open at any moment. Damn it, why would you let me go? Someone please help me. I'm real curious. What was she talking about? Who is she asking me about? The transfer student. When she walked past you, she said something under her breath, but all I heard was pss, 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 pss. Do you two know each other? Rumi was still smiling. Was it just me, or was her tone more of a probing one than an actually curious one? I thought you weren't into real girls. But is that really true? Where was she going with this? Was her plan to probe me for personal information and then exploit it for her own gain? At the end of the day, I didn't really give a damn about 3D girls, just like I always said in that sour voice of mine. In that case, are you into me? An icy chill ran down my back. Despite having just wiped the sweat off my forehead, I could feel moisture all over it. Was that a threat? Or could it be that she was inviting me to become her ally? Or maybe she intended to seduce me, acting all moe so she could lure me into a trap. All sorts of alarm bells were going off in my head. I shouldn't be talking to the demon girl anymore. If I did, I'd be signing my own death warrant. What? Taku? I'd hit my breaking point. In a panic, I stood up and dashed for the exit, knocking into several desks on my way out. I thought this guy didn't want to stand out like that. He's like stumbling. Also, good night, Nitro. Oyasumi. He's crazy. No, he just has anxiety. Please understand. Huff, huff, huff. I ran straight up the stairs without looking at anyone and came out on the empty roof. Also, hello, Zenny. It didn't seem like she chased me. Even so, I couldn't allow myself to relax just yet, so I hugged my knees and decided to hide for a little while in the shadows. Oyasumi and Oni-chan. Yeah. My knees were trembling. I couldn't believe that I'd managed to run in this condition. I guess it just showed how desperate I was. Oh my god, the sky. I was tired of this reality. The D sword I'd gone out of my way to buy hadn't been useful in the slightest. I obviously couldn't bring it to school with how much it'd stand out either. I'd been careless. 2 days ago, when Misumi-kun told me that Rimi was our classmate, I figured that he was either spewing some bullshit or just outright deluding himself. But she really was my classmate, or at the very least, she had become one. I may go to sleep soon as well. Wow, you guys are all early sleepers. Well, good night, Mucky. Whenever you sleep. There was no point in trying to figure out how she'd managed to worm her way in. But she was a demon. She could do things that humans were incapable of with ease. Oh, but not yet. Okay. Hit me with the bait and switch. When she'd brainwashed my whole class, maybe she'd brainwashed my whole class, or maybe she'd brainwashed all the teachers instead. I couldn't go to the hospital anymore, and now I couldn't go to school either. Meanwhile, Yua was at Cafe, and Shogun always appeared online. The demon girl and her underlings were no doubt getting closer and closer to me, continually hitting me with psychological attack after psychological attack as they did it. But, oh, maybe I shouldn't leave my base at all anymore. There were enemies and danger at every turn in reality. They disturbed me and threatened my peace, even though all I wanted was to live a quiet life, bothering nobody and being bothered by nobody. I looked up at the blue sky. It floated calmly above me as the wind blew white clouds across its breadth? How did I read up? How nice would it be if I could become one of those clouds? Bread. Around 3 hours had passed. Dang, he's just skipping class? I had stayed in the same place the entire time without moving. I didn't sense anyone else coming up at the moment. I could finally breathe. The problem, however, was what came after. During break, there'd always be students that come up here to eat lunch. That was why the best way out of this place was to escape during 4th period and make my break for my base. I messed up my minimum attendance chart, but I didn't possess even a single ounce of courage that allowed me to return to the classroom where the demon girl was. Okay, now I sleep, lol. Okay, good night, Tamaki. Sweet dreams. I decided not to worry about the fact that I left my bag in the classroom. All I had in there were textbooks. My wallet, my keys, and anything else important would be in my uniform pockets, I hoped. Growing slightly nervous, I searched my pockets. Wallet, keys, cell phone, they were all there. That was when I remembered that someone had called me. I had been pretty freaked out at the time, but not as much as when Rimi had talked to me. Who the hell called me? I couldn't think of anyone who'd call besides my family. It would make the most sense if it was Nanami. She never thought about whether she might be bothering me after all. The only other person who'd know that number would be... Oh wait, that's right, I'd given it to those detectives. If it had been one of them, I really should have picked up. They still haven't sent the officers to my base like they said they would, so I really needed to talk to them to make sure that was still happening. Okay. The caller's phone number was displayed on the screen. It didn't seem like Nanami's, and when I looked closer, I saw that I had a new voicemail. I had that vague feeling that I'd seen this number before. Just in case, I checked the call history. I'm feeling red. He needs a little bit of danger, I think. There were only 5 calls on the list, which meant that since I'd bought the cell phone, I'd only received 5 calls, 3 of which were from Nanami. That left 2 others. The one from earlier today and the one from 5 days ago were shown as numbers instead of names, as they hadn't been registered in my address book. They were both from the same number, 03X733X991. Considering they had gone out of their way to leave a message, it was probably someone who really wanted to tell me something. Guess I'd go ahead and listen to it. Oh. Do you remember her number? I don't think I do. This is Kusonoki Yuwa. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue out like this. However, there's something I need to talk to you about no matter what. I was able to buy the new Sailor Town figure. I could have done without you, Nishizo-kun. I'm very grateful. It's very cute, but a little lewd. Wouldn't you say? When I was buying it, I was really embarrassed. Oh, but that's right. Did you see that this week's episode of Platoon? What an incredible plot twist. My heart was pounding the entire time I was watching it. Don't you agree? You schizophrenic? You killed someone? Murderer? You're the true culprit. You'll pay for your sins. I will let you escape. Whose eyes are the A's? Prank call. Even though it'd been my own delusion, I was terrified. It was entirely possible for Yua to have gotten a hold of my cell phone number from somewhere and called me after all. I didn't want to listen to the voice message anymore if I could help it, but since I've already stimulated the worst possible outcome in my delusions, I should be able to handle it as long as I only had to listen and nothing else. Shaking off my depression, I set the message to playback. Then after checking multiple times to make sure the demon girl wasn't there, I put my phone to my ear. Welcome to the voicemail service center. You have one new message. Voicemail number 1. Friday, October 17th, 8:28 a.m. The fuck's this? Instead of someone's voice, there was an incredibly familiar melody. It felt like the sound was being recorded from a short distance away from the phone. Maybe the person on the other end was near a pedestrian signal. The song being played was one you'd hear pretty often at crosswalks. It was used in order to let people with visual disabilities know when it was okay to cross. The song was a nursery rhyme called You May Pass, known as Torianse. While there were a lot of people who knew that oh my god, like, am I reading so bad today? While there were a lot of people that knew the melody, there weren't many who knew the lyrics. Oh, and I was one of them, actually. I'd memorized them back in middle school. Then again, it wasn't like I remember them perfectly now. Also, hello, Zev. Back it up. No. You may pass, you may pass. Where shall this narrow path take us to? It is the path to Tenjin Shrine. Please, oh please, will you let us pass? Those with no business will not be let through to celebrate the 7 years of this child's birth. We have come with an offering. Going may prove easy, but returning is... What? But returning is wee-oo, was what I'd heard from the phone. It sounded like an ambulance, which kind of felt like a bad omen. Meh. It likely didn't mean anything, but it still made me feel pretty creeped out. Meh. The second after the traffic signal melody got cut off, an extremely loud noise that sounded like a buzzer exploded from the speakers. It was so ridiculously loud that I automatically shot the phone away from my ear. What the hell? When I cautiously brought the phone back to my ear, the voicemail had already stopped playing. What was that? Right at the end there, I thought I'd just barely heard a roaring noise. It sounded like the ground itself was rumbling. The buzzer sound was completely separate from the pedestrian signal melody. Considering how loud it had been, the only thing I could think of was that the phone's receiver had deliberately been put up next to whatever made that noise. When I was 14 in my room playing this at night, I shit myself at this scene. I think when I was playing it, because I mean, I played up into chapter 6, that I think I did get jump scared by the how loud it was. Wow, that's... You get immersed. Was that a prank? My heart began to pound. This VN is anxiety-inducing as hell. It's Takumi Simulator. Had I done something to make someone hate me enough to do that? Who even called me in the first place? I could call them back by dialing the number displayed on my phone, but there was no way I'd be able to call back a prank caller. In the end, all I could do was just leave it. Besides, I was stuck in the middle of a situation far worse than any prank call. Also, hello H-Doom guy. You getting the best chaos head? Somebody. I wouldn't know of. I returned my phone to my pocket and ever so carefully left the school, making sure to pay close attention to my surroundings as I escaped. Yeah, I kinda got jokes. Nishijo Takumi's alma mater, Kitazawa Second Elementary School. Oh my god, that's the second time I've seen the word alma mater. That was also in 13 Sentinels. Oh, +2 to that. So true. Sasuga. Yeah. was about a 5-minute walk from the private train station. Bon Yasuji had attempted to contact Takumi's elementary school teacher over the phone, only to be told that they unfortunately passed away. Left with no other choice, Bon had decided to set up a meeting to speak with the person who had answered the phone instead, the head teacher Kamio. Not long after, he had arrived at the school together with his partner. As it was Saturday, the school gate was closed. The two detectives, Bon and Suwa, stopped in front of it and turned their attention toward the school building. The white walls of the school's exterior had been painted with a brightly colored eye-catching mural. Due to his complete lack of knowledge on paintings or any other fine art, Bon had no idea what it signified, but the way the spiral-shaped mural transitioned vertically into an array of 7 different colors reminded him of a rainbow. As Bon stood at the mural, cooling himself with his handheld fan, his partner, Suwa, pushed the intercom button next to the school gate. Suddenly, Bon looked around. He had a feeling that someone was watching him. There was a gaze that seemed to follow him everywhere, leaving him quite discomfited. Alma mater is just a way to refer to the school subject person attended, right? I'm pretty sure. Or like a old graduate, basically. Looks it up. Alma mater. Yeah, the school, college, or university that one once attended. Yeah, super senior. Do I look that cool? He attempted to strike a casual pose, one that aimed to be dandy and refined. Sir, what's up with that weird pose? They said there's a side entrance by the rear gate, so they want us to come around that way. He's aura farming on campus. With nobody here. Bon retired from his pose with a sigh and headed toward the back of the building. The staff room was easy to find. As soon as they entered through the side door, all they had to do was travel down the rear entrance hallway and turn at a single corridor to arrive at the room. There was, of course, no sign of children in the school, although it was likely a mere illusion created by the smooth linoleum floor. The two detectives felt far colder inside the building than they had outside. It was a high table. There were 3 teachers in the staff room. Upon seeing the 2 detectives enter the room, one of the 3 stood up and bowed. The man who stood up was named Kamio. He had his mostly white hair was parted to the side, and he greeted the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Bon and Sue showed their police badges to him almost simultaneously, returned his greeting briefly, then immediately approached the topic at hand. It was Sue's job to ask the questions. We'd like you to tell us about one of your graduates, Nishijo Takumi-kun. I do indeed remember him. I was a teacher of his myself, so I cannot provide you with much detail. Is that alright? Sue nodded, taking out his notebook and preparing to write everything down. What kind of kid was Nishijo-kun? I remember hearing that he was quite the difficult one. They said that he was special. What do you mean? Well, to be proper, he had a disease that would make it difficult for him to study with his fellow students. He has ADHD. That's not very nice to say disease, though. Could you be more specific? I don't know if I'm able to say as much. Would you be willing to ask his family or doctor? Schools had recently begun adopting this approach where they would avoid any issues that may prove difficult to them. They refused to take part in anything that may earn them complaints from parents or any other parties. Such practices made it incredibly difficult for the police to do their jobs. I feel like it's something a bit stronger than ADHD. I don't know what else Takumi would have besides anxiety. I guess, wait, he did get fake diagnosed with PTSD, so maybe it was that. But I don't think PTSD is a disease. Yeah, he got awesome syndrome. Beautiful princess disorder. Exactly. Too lenient? Nishijo Takumi needs a mercy euthanasia? No, you can't put him down. He'll become better, surely. Also, hello, spooking. Mental chillness. Yeah, he kinda cool like that. How did his homeroom teacher pass away? There was an accident while he was taking his class on a field trip. The road their bus was traveling on suddenly collapsed underneath them. Oh, I remember that. I saw that on the news. All the children survived, sustaining only minor injuries, but it's such a terrible shame that we lost Mr. Saito. He was the sole victim of the accident. Was Nishijo-kun involved in this accident as well? In response to Bond's question, Kamio shook his head lightly. The boy was absent that day and not present on the bus. Why was he absent? I seem to recall hearing something about his illness having worsened. Okay, so it's not PTSD. Or... I don't know. Maybe he does have schizophrenia. Band 2 had a faint recollection of the accident. Big ball syndrome? I don't know if he'd have that as a kid. This is like supposed to be like 4th grade or something. Kids don't... I don't know, actually. For multiple days following the incident, in the short glimpses Bond caught of the news, he would always see the media swarming the house of the sole boy who had not been involved in it. It was a truly sad accident. For some reason, while Kamio was repeating himself, he placed a strong emphasis on the word accident. That one guy who had an injury and they just kept growing. Their balls? That's crazy. Yeah, Takumi crashed the bus with his mind while he was at home. Also, hello, Gullible. Yes, my outfit is Christmas themed, but I guess it's not really Christmas anymore. Maybe in February I'll finally change out of it. But I'm trying to make the most use of it because I barely got to use it during December. Guys, it's like do you remember what I used to look like? I started talking with Grim a lot more before booting up ESO recently, to the point where it was almost becoming like a ritual. I still feel the Christmas spirit, so true. Wasn't my tummy starting to hurt? I hope it goes away. I'm really used to the curly hair now. Yeah. I'm gonna go chop it all off. Oh. My stomach actually feels really bad. Oh, what happened, guys? I didn't even eat anything besides dinner. I'm new to the channel, so I didn't even know what you looked like. Wait, guys. Model reveal. Do you know? Lol. Oh, I guess you guys can't even see that. Wait, that's crazy. I guess Sprout makes it so this part of the screen doesn't show up. To worms. I'm literally dying. Oh. I normally have my short hair. Guys, do you still remember me? Who the hell? Oh. I'll go. It is kind of strange though. I feel like I've been on my Christmas outfit forever. I remember this girl. Yeah. I think my hair feels super short. Lol. Not jolly anymore. You're so girly girl now. Yeah, I've changed. Ow. Oh. Guys, we might have to BRB soon. Oh, my tummy hurts. My tummy hurts. You know, give me a sec, actually. Also, we have the new monitoring BRB screen, so you can still kind of see my model. At least you aren't itchy again. I think I'd rather be itchy than have stomach pain. Actually, I think it's okay now. Get pricked. It never really mattered what we talked about. Sorry, it comes in waves of my stomach pain. Good one? Yeah. We trade interesting or funny @channel threads, go off about porny shit, wreck each other, new comics, or talk about the anime from the day before or other various dumb stuff. The next wave might be, yeah. I don't know. I think the worst pain I've ever had is literally, it's always stomach pain. I hate stomach pain so much. Sometimes I think I have like maybe a very mild IBS or something. But I don't know. It always comes out of the blue. It like doesn't even matter what I eat. Yeah, stomach pain sucks. I'd rather like, I don't know. I literally could handle like it being on my appendages, like my arm or my foot, if it was like hurting. But like, I feel like stomach pain is so bad. Especially from like diarrhea or something. Not to say I have diarrhea, guys, but there's potential. I bumped my shin into the side of my bed frame today and almost collapsed. Oh my goodness. I remember crying in bed as a kid. No, I literally did that too. I'd be like face in pillow and crying. I'd be like, oh. I've had like one very bad like stomach ache incident besides like the Japan incident of the raw chicken and stuff. Like I think back in school I thought I was like gonna die. I thought I was actually so over. Like it was so bad that like I was getting like cold sweats and like I was like sweating so much and like I had to take my clothes off. And then like I couldn't even poop. I literally just had really bad stomach pain for no reason. Maybe my appendix exploded. But I think maybe I would actually be dead. Well. But like I think that was the worst thing I've ever had. Sounds like food poisoning. The thing is like I didn't. Well, the Japan one was food poisoning, but like the one that I had like the cold sweats, I didn't eat anything weird, and like I didn't have like. I don't remember having like diarrhea, so I don't know. Very mysterious. I still think about that sometimes. Like I was like shaking. It was so bad. Cause like I've had. I mean, the Japan experience was my food poisoning moment. But I think that wasn't, like... I mean, it lasted a really long time. But... I don't know. Anyways, I think we're okay. Foodborne illness can be transferred very easily with improper handling. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't think I ate anything strange. And I don't even think I, like, shit weird after. So it was just like my stomach exploding or something. I had that as a kid too. It felt like I was gonna die. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. It really stopped as I got older. I don't know. I think I had like stomach aches really like frequently as a kid. Maybe like elementary school. I wouldn't have it during school, but like I'd have it at home. I don't know. So weird. Maybe you need to exercise? Maybe so. Maybe a lot of things could be fixed if I exercise, but I don't know. I should be able to exist and not have to put in the extra work. Dog. Fine. Maybe I'll squeeze it out. Didn't matter what I ate either. It was totally random. Yeah, I think that's what I have, because I mean, it's not as frequent as it used to be when I was, like, a little kid. But, like, maybe, like, every once in a while, like, maybe, like, once every 2 months, or, like, a month, like, I'd get, like, I don't know. Anyways. One. Just go eat Taco Bell. 2. Okay, well, the thing is, I've never gotten, like, fast food, like, poops. Like, my stomach doesn't get upset from fast food. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Okay, no more. Enough! Yeah, but I don't know. I've never gotten, like spicy food poops. Come on, man. You're actually... Why do you hate me? Yeah, these are dumbo ropes. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Am I feeling it? I think if I do more than that, my arms are gonna get sore. So, you should leave me be, okay? That's enough exercising. Okay. Can't wait for their void rage now. I will never void rage. I am always zen. You should put a limit per stream on those. Well, it's 10,000 points. I feel like it's expensive enough to where I don't think that people would... I don't know. Maybe I will. But it's okay. For now, it's not an issue, so I'll leave it be. Funnily enough, we didn't actually talk about ESO very much, but that was just because we already talked about it a lot while we were playing it. I remember when I had Mota bucks. Yeah, now you had to start farming. Make sure you click the little box in the corner for the bonus points. Has there been some weird ass prank going around lately? Not allowed to go up there. Deeds, please. I don't know. I just heard about it from someone I know. Didn't know if it's actually a fad or some shit. It's like there's a recording of a weird sound and you get that as a voicemail or something. But like a moe voice whispering sweet nothings to you. Lol. The fuck LMAO. What Eric is that from? I mean, wouldn't you rather them just do that to you in person, lol? No one cares. Now, whose fucking eyes are those? Grim was still saying that. Thanks to that, I started to feel pretty awful pretty much immediately. Not to mention, he was talking really weird in chat to the point where it felt fairly forced. Like he was trying too hard to be funny by shoving those words in. Or at the very least, I didn't find it funny. In fact, it felt more cringy than anything. But I couldn't let myself get angry with him until I forgot. I got my info about the prank, so I was forced to put up with it. Okay, that's too far. Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's like the sounds of a wild otaku freak vapping then? Then? Okay, that's too far, but in all seriousness, they play You May Pass. You May Pass, what, like the song? The one that plays at crosswalks and shit? Yeah, that's one. And then while it's playing, it'll get cut off halfway and swap to a buzzer-like sound. Apparently, the volume is ear raped here. So yeah, ever heard of a prank like that? That's the kind of thing you'd find floating around ad channel, right? Uh-oh, I accidentally skipped the text. I had no idea who sent it, and the contents unsettled me for some reason, which is why I decided to try to ask Grim if he knew about it. If it was just a simple prank, I could just forget about it. Grim isn't responding. Well, why is he being silent? And after 2 minutes when somebody doesn't reply. Hello? Did you die? Still no response. Grim didn't usually fall asleep like this. In fact, this is the first time it ever happened. If he actually had fallen asleep, then I guess I'd just log off. We'd meet up again later in ESO anyway, so I could just bring it up again. But the second I thought that and began to get up from my chair. Keep you waiting, huh? I was sifting through ad channel. I was looking for stuff about your prank. Yeah, please respond. Hello? Are you still there? Oh, so that's why he disappeared. But that meant that even the so well-informed Grim hadn't known about the prank. But no matter how many threads or boards or whatever I searched, I found nothing, not on ad channel or anywhere on the net. So would that mean whoever had pulled the prank had some sort of personal grudge against me? I was still curious about the true identity of the caller, but I wasn't brave enough to call them back. Wait, that's it. Since I knew the number, that means I could have someone else call it for me. That way they could take the fall. The best person for the job would either be Nanami or Misumi-kun. Wait, Misumi-kun might be brainwashed by the demon girl, so that wouldn't work. As for Nanami, however, I was sure I'd have no trouble asking her to do it. She'd probably get pissed off at me afterwards, but who gives a shit? Hell, if anything, it'd be good for her to suffer the tortures of society every once in a while. I thanked Grim for his help, promised that I'd meet back up with him on ESO in a few hours, and closed the chat. Right as I did so, I felt my stomach growl. Man, I was hungry. Did I have any cup ramen stocked anywhere? I tried looking around for a bit, but I couldn't find any. Reluctantly, I decided to head to the convenience store to buy some. The sun was already setting. I wanted to avoid going out late at night as much as possible because every time I did recently, nothing good ever came of it. And I kind of want popcorn. We're gonna make some. Or get some. No. My stomach's starting to hurt again. Thinking. Okay. I'll be back. Surely.
Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry on brown on green.
Unsuccessful. Yeah, phantom poop. Yeah, thanks for the welcome backs. It's okay, we can try again next time. I constantly started walking faster, hurrying down the road toward the convenience store. Today was a Saturday, so I expected to run across a ton of pedestrians, but I hadn't encountered a single one so far. All of the stores that should have been open were closed, which kind of weirded me out. Maybe I was just confused. Like, maybe I thought it was 7 p.m., but it was actually 2 a.m. Yeah, like that ever happened. Whee! But even so, it was way too quiet. I could barely hear any of the normal city noises you'd expect. The aura the city was giving off was different than usual. Aura? Oh my god, it's Lawson. Actually, it's Lansau. I arrived at the Shinsen station convenience store. It was right in front of the station, and yet there wasn't a single person here either. And I was starting to get more and more freaked out. The what? The sudden disappearance of something I'd taken for granted was enough to make me feel like I'd been transported into a completely different world. Takumi got isekai'd. On a normal day, I would always avoid running into or talking to other people, but all I wanted right now was just to see another person's face. I burst inside the convenience store. There has to be someone working here, I thought to myself as I looked around the store. I love, like, the real photo. Green or red? Should we give him a bad time? Boxed lunches. Red, yeah, let's give him a good time. There's no one here. There were no customers nor any employees. There's no way this couldn't be happening. An employee had to be in the back. If I were to just bring something up to the register, they should come out right after. So I decided to leisurely grab a box lunch, pretend to flip through a manga magazine while I was at it, and then come up to the counter and sit the box down. No one came out. For some reason, I had a bad feeling about this. This wasn't normal. Maybe I somehow managed to stumble into something completely unreal. While still standing in front of the counter, I casually looked outside the store. Beyond the automatic glass doors was a street where not a single person was walking in. Then I saw a silhouette hiding in the shadows of the apartment complex across the street. Oh! The form hid itself right after I saw it, but I had already seen it clearly. And the silhouette's hand was an object that resembled a long black cylinder. Was that a sniper rifle? Did that mean the silhouette was a member of the riot police? Or maybe the SAT? SAT? What the? That's a test. That was why I couldn't see any customers or employees. The police had blocked off the area. But why the hell did they do that? Having thought that, I started freaking out. I quickly looked around the store, then ducked behind a shelf. Could this be? Was there a police standoff happening right now at this very store? A criminal who had taken the store employee hostage might be barricading himself in the back. And that criminal might be the new gen culprit. Oh god. I sank down to the floor and cradled my head in my hands. Why had I let myself go somewhere so dangerous? Wait, no. This wasn't my fault. The police were the police. If they were blocking out the area, they should have stopped me before I went to the convenience store. It was their fault. Was there any way I could escape? If I stayed here, they'd take me hostage too. Fortunately, I hadn't run into the culprit yet. If he was hiding in the back room, I should get out while I still can. I was so scared. My knees felt like they were about to give out. It was extremely difficult to even stay upright. Even so, I kept myself low to the ground and slowly shuffled toward the automatic doors. This is a message for the perp. It began with a shout so cliche, you wouldn't even hear it on a modern day detective shows. From outside the store, a policeman had started shouting through a megaphone. It startled me so bad that I hid back behind the shelf again. We have you completely surrounded! Release the hostages and come out with your hands up! What an incredibly stereotypical way to call them. Didn't they have a negotiator or something? You have 30 seconds! 30 seconds, that was practically nothing. You will surrender before then. If not, we will take forceful action. What? They wanted to come in by force? Were they trying to put the hostages in danger? If you did that in modern day Japan, the public and mass media would eat you alive. What the hell were the police thinking? I stayed crouched down on my floor and held my breath. I didn't finish that sentence. My heart was pounding insanely fast. It felt like my chest was about to burst. Okay. If the police were going to force their way into the store, the whole place would become a war zone and I'd be caught right in the crossfire whether I wanted to or not. I might get hit by a stray bullet and die right there. Please, no! I couldn't see what the criminal was doing. The entire store was silent. I was getting angry. What the hell was the criminal doing? Hurry up and surrender already, otherwise I'd get caught up in this too. I gingerly peeked out from behind the shelf and looked outside once more, and what I saw shocked me to my core. There were several SAT snipers in plain view of me, all of which were training their sniper rifles right at the store. I frantically jerked my head back behind the counter. The police were going to shoot the criminal to death. Would they be able to get away with something like that in Japan? I couldn't believe it. You have 10 seconds! This couldn't be happening. Give me a break. My eyes darted around the room restlessly until suddenly they settled on my hand. What? For some reason in my hand was a knife. And the blade was soaked in red. It was blood. What? I was confused. How long had I had this knife in my hand? Where did I even get it? I heard someone groaning close by. Oh, I thought that was Takumi. An employee was lying on the floor. He was a bleary looking guy, likely a college student. His hands were tied behind his back and his mouth was covered with duct tape. He was looking at me. His eyes were stricken with fear. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me like that. You're looking at me like I'm a criminal. Wait, was I the criminal? No, it wasn't me. I hadn't done anything. Time's up! We will now open fire! This wasn't happening. Snipers, ready! Aim! This wasn't happening! Fire! This wasn't happening! Yeah, the police would never do that. Like, come on, fire? Really? It wasn't like a standoff. It was a battle straight out of the Sengoku period or something. No TG. I know, so sad. This fucking guy. Yeah, he's living in his mind palace. Several minutes had passed while I was having my delusion. There was still no sign of any employees. I wanted to believe that the cashier was just taking a nap, so I waited for another 5 minutes. But while I waited, no employee showed up, nor did any customers enter the store. There wasn't even so much as a sound. After enough time had passed, I started feeling scared, so I put the boxed lunch back on the shelf and left the store. Gulp. I opted to go to the railroad crossing located right next to the station. From there, I'd be able to see the Shinsen Station platform. There was no way a place like that would be deserted, right? That was what I'd hoped, but there was no one there. I waited for a train to come. Once that happened, there would be a bunch of passengers that would get off. But even if no one got off, I'd definitely see people riding the train as it passed in front of me. Even after 10 minutes, a train still hadn't come. I tried to convince myself that there must have been an accident or something that had messed with the schedule, but there was no sign of any passengers on the platform. It was then that I realized the gravity of the situation. This was weird. This was really, really weird. That's it. I'll go to Shibuya Station. There absolutely had to be people there, no doubt about it. There were people in front of Shibuya Station 24/7 without fail. I broke into a run without thinking. I ran as hard as I could. I didn't want to stop even if I was out of breath. It was probably the first time in my life I'd ever run so hard. As I ran, I hoped that this was some sick dream I was having, but I knew it wasn't. My heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode. The pain was far beyond what you could feel in a dream. It surprised me how unbelievably fast I was breathing, and yet no matter how much I inhaled, the pain refused to go away. That's me when I run. Huff huff. As I kept running down Dogenzaka, I finally saw 107. By the time I did, my legs were already shaky, my body felt extremely heavy. Even so, I forced my feet to keep moving. I no longer had it in me to pay attention to my surroundings. The entirety of my consciousness was focused on scramble crossing the symbol of Shibuya. Almost there, just a little bit farther. The second I passed 107, I'd be right there. The largest in Japan. It was the place where the largest number of people in Japan came together all at once. That was why I had to get to scramble. To scramble. This guy. He's just not that athletic, okay? Empty. That was the state of Shibuya Station, which I could see from the Y junction running in front of 107. A world without sound, a world that felt dead. A place which had always been flooded with overwhelming sound, now ruled by silence. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. Sonda! I fell to my knees in the middle of the large street. I couldn't walk another step. The shock had stolen every last ounce of strength from my body. This is Shibuya, right? There was no one to my left, to my right, in front of me, behind me. There was no one anywhere. Even though 7 p.m. on a Saturday night was when Shibuya should have been the most crowded. They sent him to the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger. He's never getting out. Okay, but can you imagine how nutty it would be to be in a city and it being dead silent? Yeah, especially like Japan. That's crazy. I mean, I guess I don't really go out often at night, but like, it would be really freaky to like not see anybody anywhere. Also, hello Spike 0445. What was going on? This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and cradled my head. This was a dream, an illusion. This couldn't be reality. Yes, it was true that I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life all by myself. I didn't want anyone to interfere with me, and I didn't want to get involved in anything. I'll run away because of his stank. It's because he didn't have a shower in his little shipping container. But that didn't mean I wanted to live in a world where no one existed. If no one existed, who would pay for my living expenses? If no one existed, who would make box lunches for me to eat? If no one existed, who would play ESO with me? If no one existed... a sound. Hitzi talking, we got his priorities straight. It hadn't come from me. It had come from someone else. Someone was here. Someone other than me was nearby. It felt like I had been saved. As I thought, it was just a coincidence. It only appeared like there was no one here. In truth, no one had disappeared. I wasn't the only one left in the world. I was so relieved that I almost started crying. I turned my gaze toward the sound. Hey. You're... It was a boy in a wheelchair. A short distance away from me, though still in the middle of the intersection, he sat quietly in place. I couldn't quite figure out how old he was. If I had to guess from his size alone, I'd say he looked like he was in elementary school. He was wearing his hat so low I couldn't see his expression very well. But... oh. What am I gonna... I don't know what to give him. Miminelest. I could hear the boy's voice extremely clearly. It was like he was whispering... Oh, maybe I should give him whisper voice then. It felt like he was whispering directly into my ear, which made me turn around. Of course, there was no one there. Excuse me, sir. Do you know what's going on here? Even though he was younger than me, I ended up speaking formally to him. Why is there no one here? Would you happen to know the reason why? Yes, I know why. Despite how young his voice sounded, there was nothing childish about it. But more importantly, did you receive my message? Message? What message? I had no idea what he was talking about. Who are you? Wheelchair ASMR. Yeah. The boy moved his wheelchair forward slightly. The wheelchair was old, and it made a rusty sound as it came close to me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yes. I was confused. Why had he murmured, whose eyes are those eyes just now? Who was he? You must awaken quickly. Because if you don't, many more people are going to die. What the hell are you? I rubbed my eyes to wipe away my tears, and because of that, I was finally able to get a clear look at the boy's face. That's not very nice to old people. The boy wasn't a boy. His skin was covered with wrinkles like an old man. That's a corpse. Don't say that. Maybe he's like 90. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets had sunken in to an abnormal extent. His pupils were cloudy. He had no eyebrows. That's me. Nice fit though. Yeah, he got like the little, I don't know. He looked like a middle schooler. His pupils were cloudy. He had no eyeballs, and his body was as small as a child's. I am Shogun dayo. Shogun dayo. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My head felt like it had been struck by a hammer. The ground was shaking violently. No, my body was falling over. I shot my hands out onto the asphalt to keep myself upright. Well, what had he just said? How long do you think the sound effect's gonna go on for? He needs to oil his wheelchair, I think. Shogun. He was... Shogun? Don't forget. You mustn't run away. I lifted up my head and watched as Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left Scramble Crossing. His wheelchair was getting farther and farther away, making a creaking sound as it moved. The thought of chasing after him and pressing him for answers didn't even cross my mind. I didn't even think of running up or punching him in the face for dragging me into this either. I wasn't even remotely a confrontational person. My head started to hurt. The area around my temples throbbed with pain. Still cowering on the spot, I tried to endure it. Taku! and the world without sound, a discordant noise began to spread, an all-encompassing static. Whose voice was that? Don't look at me. Taku! What had previously been just a random discordant mess of garbled static gradually turned into a real voice. Someone gently placed a hand on my shoulder. You're the weird assholes!
What's your problem?
最近の若いもんは
Cause these days.
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの
Maybe some kind of performance?
Taku! While still trying to endure the pain of my headache, I looked up. There's like this guy standing in the corner. He kind of freaking me out a little. The demon girl, Rimi, was peering at my face as she stood over me. Yeah, they got his ass. Eyes that were clear and full of life. Eyes that looked at me. And only me. Again, this girl appeared out of nowhere. Reads it backwards. Can you walk here? She wrapped her hand around my arm and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. I came to my senses and looked around. I was still in the middle of the street, but it wasn't deserted anymore. There were people around me in every direction, walking every which way without paying me any mind. Taku! Rimi, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, reached out to me once more. Listen to me! Taku! Stay back! When I screamed, the throbbing in my head transformed into intense stabbing pain. Even so, I ignored it, scrambling back on all fours to try to get away from Rimi. It was you, wasn't it? That was your delusion, and you made me see it! Controlling my mind, attacking my psyche! You fucking demon! I'm gonna kill the likes of you with my sword! As soon as I get back to my base, I'll get my D-sword! An abrupt impact right through my cheek. It stung with pain, and it began to heat up. She slapped me! She was gonna kill me once and for all! Scurrying back on all fours, I tried as hard as I could to escape with my life. But Rimi quickly grabbed my hand. With strength I never thought a girl could have, she pulled me toward her. Oh. Was all bark and no bite, yeah. And embraced me. Her soft form gently enveloped my own. Wow, she's so understanding of Taku's mental illness. I could smell a tiny hint of sweat. Okay. Her silky hair tickled the tip of my nose. Pull yourself together! With such an anticlimax, my whole body felt like I was about to give out. It's not safe for you to stay here! Her voice was slightly shaky. I couldn't tell whether she was crying or not. Because the light's turning red! I was so confused. Was she not gonna kill me? When he's stupid. Well, why was she helping me? The hallucination from before, where all the people of Shibuya disappeared, it wasn't something she'd forced me to see? Oh, and I felt such a kind, gentle warmth when she'd embraced me so innocently. It shook everything I had believed up until that point. Could it be that Sakihata Rimi wasn't actually a demon at all? Or was I foolish to believe that? What if it was just a cunning way to deceive me? Regardless, one thing was for sure. With Rimi hugging me, I felt an incredible sense of relief. I had no idea what to call such a strange sensation. My boner. Upon letting go of me, Rimi put my face between her hands and stared at me once again. Her eyes were slightly red. One hug and he's completely hers. Well, he doesn't get that much action, so... This is the hardest his brain has worked in his entire life. Yeah. Please, Taku! Come with me! Okay. For some reason, I nodded. I would fold that easy. Would you? We were standing still, alone in the middle of the empty intersection. A number of people on the sidewalk waiting for the pedestrian signal to change were watching us closely. We could hear a few people laughing here and there. Many cars had their headlights trained on us and were starting to honk their horns. Ruby grabbed my hand tightly and started running toward the sidewalk. She pulled me along with her, and I followed. Do you think Rumi could fix us? With countless horns blaring at us, we made it to the sidewalk. Rumi breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. My hand was still in hers. Just being held in this way made my heart feel more and more at ease. I wanted to submit myself to this feeling. I wanted to stay like this forever. Rumi turned back in my direction. I'm glad you're okay. She smiled at me and she smiled an incredibly happy smile. I didn't know whether it was real, an act, or exactly what it was, but... Let go! Because I've been so hostile to her until now. Because I thought of her as a demon until now. If I let her win me over like this, I feel like I'd cease being myself. Sorry. She quickly let go of my hand. Anyway, you really gave me a scare. You were all huddled in the middle of the road. What's the value of death said in the back? Value of death. Life is suffering caused by desire. To end the suffering, we must end desire. Okay. I had no idea what I was gonna do once the light turned... Oh, I had no idea what I was gonna do when the light turned red. I turned my back to Rumi as she started talking cheerfully. I walked off, pushing my way through the crowd of people. I'm going home. Okay. Then I'll walk back with you. I know you're not feeling too hot. Her voice chased me from behind, but I shook my head in refusal. Taku. The cheerfulness from before had vanished from her voice. I felt terrible considering how much she had done to help me, so I... Thank you. Barely managed to squeeze out those words. Okay. To think that the 3 investigative divisions would actually be merged into one. Staring at the divisions gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's conference room, Ban Yasuji thought that to himself. The Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case, or as the media called it to amuse themselves, the vampire case, had caused an increasingly serious drop in manpower. With 3 brutal murders occurred within the same jurisdiction within the same period of time, the possibility of a single perpetrator became more and more evident. A suggestion had been raised that the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case be handled by the juvenile division, but since the media had been treating it as a part of New Gen, there was a possibility that the police treated the case differently. That if the police treated the case differently, they would be subjected to criticism. Therefore, it was only natural that the central office had chosen the only remaining option, to merge the several investigation headquarters. With the integration now in place, the group was reviewing the series of New Gen cases one by one. The projection screen at the front of the conference room displayed a series of photographs of the crime scenes, one after the other. Suwa had been chosen to hold the presentation. He had stayed up all last night going over the documents endlessly. Good work, Bon muttered to himself internally, chin resting in his hands. Hope. my god.
リアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。
Oh, I think this is Suwa. The Cornelius Tower mass suicide case went down September 7th, or took place on. Of the 4 incidents that the mass media has been referring to as New Gen, it was the first to occur. At 11:30 p.m., a group of 5 men and women fell from the helipad on the roof of Shibuya's Cornelius Tower. There were no survivors. All 5 were underage high school students, 3 male, 2 female. Out of the 5, 2 attended the same school, which the remaining 3 each attended different schools. The autopsy of the bodies revealed that each of the 5 had small traces of flesh embedded beneath their fingernails, along with scratches on the palm of their hands. Yeah, ketchup. It's so bright red. I feel like it had been dark by now. From this information, we can assume that the 5 fell while holding hands. There is no sign of any suicide notes on the roof. Soup. It appears that the 5 victims all came together after school and headed toward Cornelius Tower together. As for further proof that there is more to this incident than a mere group suicide, the roof of the Cornelius Tower is off limits to all non-personnel. At the time of the incident, the door to the rooftop was locked and none of the 5 victims' fingerprints were found on the doorknob. The key to the rooftop was not found among any of the 5 victims' belongings either. This suggests that someone other than the victims may have been present at the scene before and after the incident occurred. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that the third party possessed the key to the door, locked it, and left before or after the incident. We have already conducted interviews of all Cornelius Tower Hotel employees, and nearly every one of them has an alibi. We are now in the process of interviewing the employees of the companies hosted in the tower. Currently, we have yet to find a motive for any of the 5 victims to commit suicide. For 4 out of the 5 victims, those related to them in some way, such as family members, friends, school teachers, and so forth, all declared unanimously that there was no reason for any of them to commit suicide. Okay. Oh my god, it's the MPreg one. The slideshow swapped to a picture of the second case, the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide case. Next, let's discuss the case known colloquially as the man-child case. So it does sound like this? Yeah. The incident occurred on September 19th, 12 days after the group dive incident. The first to discover this body was the employee of a karaoke box located near the scene. The body was found at approximately 5 a.m. The victim is a 21-year-old Konoe Chizuo, a third-year college student living in Shibuya Ward. The victim was already dead when he was found. The time of death is estimated to be around 1 a.m. on the 19th, about 4 hours before the body was found. The body's abdomen was unnaturally swollen, and a fetus was discovered inside it upon examination. The autopsy revealed that the victim's abdomen had been cut open while they had still been alive, and that the fetus had been inserted inside. The fetus is believed to have been already dead at that point in time. The victim died after his abdomen was sewn back together. We found traces of thread being torn from the wound, leading us to believe that he had been scratching at the sutures prior to his death. The fetus was found to have been developed for at least 8 months, which leads us to believe that it was removed from the mother's body via C-section. The mother of the fetus has not yet been determined, and whether they are alive or dead is similarly unknown. Forensic analysis of the DNA has shown that the fetus and the victim are unrelated. To support this, the fetus's blood type is B, and the victim's blood type is A. A? Suwa took a breath. He seemed exhausted from all the talking. Furthermore, he must have been awfully nervous giving a presentation in front of so many senior detectives. Next, we have the third case, the Maru Yamacho crucifixion homicide case. After a short delay, the next slide displayed a photo of the crucifixion crime scene. Wow, he's so clean looking. This is the photo of the crime scene. The incident occurred on September 29th. The victim is a 56-year-old Ota Hisashi, a professor at Toto University. The first to discover the body was a man living in an apartment near the crime scene. The victim's cause of death was strangulation. After they were killed, the body was pinned to the wall with 10 small metal spikes. As you can see, the body has next to no external wounds. A few of the spikes penetrated the body, but the spikes were generally affixed to the victim's clothing. The media is referring to it as the crucifixion, the bloody rare stake, or other similar names despite the fact that there was no bleeding at all. The spikes are sold by the German company Kreuzernagel. In actuality, they are stakes with a distinctive long cross-like shape. As the killer ultimately elected to use cruciform objects, the investigation is proceeding while examining the crime from a religious angle. We have received several testimonies detailing that between 9 a.m. and 9:30 p.m., the time the incident was occurring, the continuous sound of nails being driven into the wall could be heard for tens of minutes in the vicinity of the crime scene. As the victim's estimated time of death is almost exactly the same time as this, we believe that the victim was likely killed right where the body was found, or somewhere near the scene. In addition, although the statement might not be entirely credible, we have received a testimony claiming that a female student from Suime Private Academy was seen at the crime scene. My god, green guy. Lastly, there's the Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case, known colloquially as the vampire case. The incident occurred on October 10th, and the body was discovered by a station attendant at around 5:30 a.m. The victim's identity remains unknown. There were no belongings left behind that may point toward their identity. The time of death was estimated to be between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. the day prior. With the poo-poo or something like that. So true. Didn't mean the bathroom. All the blood had been drained from the body, and it was left in a state resembling that of mummification. Wait, what was the button that was... Oh yeah, it was 0. Turns evil. As you are already aware, this photograph was taken by an unknown individual and was sold on an internet auction site about 15 minutes before the body was found. As he listened to Sua's explanation, Bond gave a light click of the tongue. Seems like death is what's in these days. Thanks for the input. Oh my god, chapter 4! The sword. We're 2 chapters away from catching up to me. Science City was a pair of buildings located just south of Shibuya Scramble Crossing. A small plaza rested in front of the entrance to the east building. While it was not nearly as big as the one in front of Hachiko, the Moyai statue, or other popular destinations, it still found itself used quite often as a meeting place. These sword, yeah. Even now, around a dozen people were staring at their cell phones waiting for their engagements to begin. Oh my god, engage! Oh my god, Senna, the foot girl. Among those few, only one girl wore an oddly stern expression on her face as she idled, a high school student known as Aoi Senna. She was standing next to the escalator leading down from the Inokashira line station. She leaned her back against a nearby white pillar as she thoroughly scanned the environment with her gaze. In contrast to the sharpness of her gaze in the season, she was nibbling on a popsicle, which made her appear incredibly charming to the casual observer. Bad pitch alert. In truth, the girl was not waiting for anyone, but she was instead quietly observing the passerby. From where she was standing, she could see all the way to the Jumbotron lake located at Scramble Crossing. A music video from a famous singer was being displayed on it, and on the lower portion of the screen, a news ticker was reporting the latest information on the recent string of incidents colloquially referred to as New Gen. Not a day went by without New Gen related news. It was everywhere: TV, newspaper, the internet, weekly magazines, Jumbotrons, electronic billboards everywhere. Although Senna had absolutely no interest in the phenomenon, she would often overhear people speaking about it as she passed them by on the streets of Shibuya. Whose eyes are those eyes? Over the past few days, she began to see several people wearing t-shirts with words emblazoned on them. What flavor is she having, though? I feel like it looks like Ramune flavor because it's blue, and they normally make blue things Ramune. In Shibuya, the phrase had become popular as an obscure meme. It was now starting to really take off. Despite the brutal scene the words originated from, people happily walked on down the streets, raving about how well the shirts were selling at souvenir shops in Harajuku, a clear indication of how disinterested people were in anything other than themselves. There's Ramune Ice Pops? You never had? I think they're pretty yummy. I don't think I've had one in that shape, though. Most of them are like the long cylinder kind of ones. Senna snorted quietly in a contemptuous display, finishing the last bite of her popsicle, and closed her eyes softly without losing her stern expression. What is she thinking about? She listened carefully to the noise of the city. An ambulance of different sounds billowed in front of the station on the Sunday afternoon. The roar of trains arriving at the platform, the blaring horns of taxis, people walking and talking, the background music from the Jumbotrons and from the Sign City stores, the announcements telling people how to safely ride the escalators. The sounds were never allowed to end. Before one sound finished, another one would appear, creating a multi-layered discord that rang throughout the station. Oh my god, discord! In the midst of all the discordant noise, Senna focused her attention only on the people's voices. Her mind blocked all other sound, and their words soon became clear. Do you think it's gonna end up being the same killer after all? Right, I can't read all the these. Yo, dude, check this out. That's totally my shit. I got the that cool. That's so good. Suck my dick, dude. Go buy one yourself. Then again, if that happened, my book would end up on the news. I'd finally get to make my nationwide debut. The voices. I'm gonna start being like talking right now and cover my ears and shaking. A short click of the tongue escaped from Senna's mouth, and she stopped listening soon after. There was nothing of value to be found in any of the noise. After all, noise was simply that noise. What voice did I give her last time? Or sigh. So true. The voices. She appeared last time. Deep. This feeling of someone's gaze on me. Am I imagining it? Once more, Senna examined her surroundings. For a while now, she had been feeling a repulsive sensation like cold fingers caressing her spine. A gaze being cast upon her by an unknown entity, one with which she was unable to pinpoint exactly what the source was. Senna pushed herself off of the pillar she was leaning against. Oh my god, she looks so moe when she's not having her like eyes squinted. Then, as if she remembered something, she stared down at the popsicle stick in her hand. Looks like I lost, huh? She got a big ass head. You can't just say that, Moosh. That's not very nice. That's so she can have her many thoughts. Gradually growing more and more discontent, she wrinkled her brow and began to walk quickly toward the station. I lost? Oh my god, in the station? That's crazy. That sky! Why? Is it so blue that it makes me want to cry? Because someone wished for it to be. I didn't wish for it! No, but I did. Question mark? Because this place is your image world, but at the same time it is mine as well? Hey. That sky. Where is it? Wherever you wish for it to be. Is it okay for me to wish for it? Talk, what's going on? Dang, what did you Stratos be? Oh my god. Good morning, come on, it's time to wake up. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. It says Sarah Tom was calling me. Last night's episode of Bloodtoon was awesome. Sarah Tom played a huge part in it, and there was a super hot kiss scene. The animation quality was practically movie tier too. If you wake up, I'll give you a good morning kissy poo. Wait, what am I saying? Stupid. I didn't mean it, you dope. Sarah Tom was calling me. Plus she was saying such moe things that I couldn't not wake up. So true. I tore the blanket off my body and got up from the sofa with a groan. Hey, just how long are you gonna sleep for, you big dum-dum? If you keep on sleeping, I'm gonna bash you with my samurai condenser and wake you up real good. The moment I turned off my alarm clock, the voice of Seiraton that had been echoing throughout the room disappeared. When my bitch wife who wakes me up. Yeah, many such cases. Morning, Sarah. The Sarah alarm clock I had was very useful. If I didn't turn it off, the volume would slowly get louder and louder, and if I still didn't get off, an obnoxious buzzer sound would ring out. I wanted it to be Seiraton who woke me up in the morning, so I made it a point to wake up and turn it off before the buzzer. Have a quick Kimisu alarm, I get it. Yeah. That's nice. I only failed to do so once or twice so far. After all, being woken up by Seiraton was a great way to start the day. This guy loves Steins Gate. He's like Steins Gate #1 fan. Got the alarm clock, the ringtone. Waking up was the absolute worst. I'd played Vidya until dawn and the couch had been extremely uncomfortable once I actually had gone to sleep. But having her to wake me up helped alleviate some of that pain. Does the Moto alarm just do a jump scare as an alarm? I just wake up naturally, okay? I don't have things I need to wake up to. Today was a school day. I skipped a day last week, so my minimum attendance chart was really starting to fall apart. With a chart, I was only slated to go twice this week, but because of that deviation, I was stuck with having to go 3 times instead. I didn't want to go, but it'd be much worse if I didn't. If I missed any more days, I wouldn't be able to graduate. Then again, whether or not I graduated made no difference to be honest. Just a moment ago, I'd been having a dream with Rumi in it. It was a strange dream. One that felt terribly wistful, one that felt terribly lonesome, one that felt terribly sad, and one that felt terribly distant. Would Rumi come to school today? I've been thinking about the day before yesterday constantly. I've been thinking about it so often that I've even forgotten to play Esso yesterday. There had been the appearance of Shogun and the delusion where every person in Shibuya disappeared, but I was barely giving either of those things any thought. It had to have just been a delusion of mine. There was no way Shogun could be such an old man. The idea of people just disappearing from Shibuya or whatever was completely ridiculous. So there was no point worrying about it. It'd been a horribly realistic delusion, sure, but the fact that I'd allowed myself to fall for something so unrealistic was so easily. Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait today. Stupid. But I'm gonna have to use my mouse pointer. Fall for something so unrealistic so easily and get all freaked out about it was just embarrassing. No. But regardless, above all else, I was thinking about Rumi, the girl I had been calling the demon girl until only a couple days ago. Oh my god. Most of what I had felt back then was shaky and unreal, as if it were some sort of dream, but I could still vividly remember the sensation of Rumi's body embracing my own. If she hadn't done that, I would have gone insane and lost myself completely. Why had Rumi saved me? Maybe because we really were friends. I didn't have any memories of us being classmates now, let alone since first year. Nor did I remember going to the movies with her along with Misumi-kun. But the way she treated me was definitely how you treat a close friend. She'd even seemed like she'd been close to crying when she held me. That, at the very least, I didn't think was an act. That was the first time I'd ever seen a girl care about, let alone cry over an otaku freak like me. What do you mean? His sister cares about him? I guess the crying part wasn't there, but still. When she treated me like that, all my fears and suspicions were blown away in an instant. In fact, it made me feel like I might fall in love with her. No, obviously I couldn't let myself do that. His sister don't count, I guess. Confusion invaded every corner of my mind. How was I supposed to act around Rumi from now on? Was Rumi my ally or my enemy? Was Rumi the new gen culprit? Cool. He saved me, that was an undeniable fact. But it was just as much of a fact that I had seen her standing still as could be at the scene of the crucifixion covered in blood. On my way to school, I stopped by Shoto Park. After what happened with Yua, I'd put a stop to my habit of eating breakfast there before going to school. There's no way I could feel even remotely relaxed when I thought Yua could be watching me from somewhere. And even if I ignored that, if she came up to talk to me, she would start going off about her irritating, delusional schizo bullshit all over again. I didn't want anything to do with a girl like her. Yua was Rumi's underling. Sure, my original guess may have been incorrect, but that didn't mean that Yua wasn't my enemy. It was still possible that Shogun was the boss of the whole thing and Yua was one of his underlings. Either way, I knew I'd be better off staying as far away from her as I could. And yet I found myself coming here today for some reason. I examined my surroundings carefully to make sure that I couldn't see Yua anywhere. And once I knew the coast was clear, I slowly sat down on my usual bench. I took a bite out of the chocolate bread I'd bought from the convenience store, then looked out at the pond. There was next to no wind, and the surface of the water was calm and serene. I could see the occasional shadows of carp-esque fish gliding through the murky water. Choco Pond. The park was unusually empty today. It was a very quiet spot. As my gaze wandered across the park, I couldn't help but think about Remy. To be honest, I've been dreading going to school today. I knew I'd have to face her if I did. That was a real reason why I was stalling at the park. I felt like I'd said a lot of awful things to her. And yet, the smile on her face never faltered. She always treated me like I was a close friend. And I was sure that when I went to school today, she would keep on doing that as if nothing had even happened. She'd smile and talk to me like we were friends, pretending she didn't even care about what happened in front of 107. It was hard to put it into words, but I felt a little annoyed by her constant cheerfulness. Yet at the same time, I also ended up feeling more cheerful myself when I was with her. Okay, she makes me a better person. I wasn't sure how to act once I did run into her. It was true that I didn't think she was a demon anymore, but honestly, I didn't think of her as a friend either. I think of her as more. Mizuki had said she and I had been really close classmates for the past year and a half, but I didn't remember anything like that. Maybe it really was because of the person controlling me. But making my memories of Remy and only Remy disappear with pinpoint accuracy like that, there was no way that was possible. What's up with that? Upon entering the school building, I lowered my head even farther toward the ground. As was my usual MO, I kept close to the wall and walked slowly toward the staircase. My class was on the 3rd floor. Getting up there was a pretty big hassle. They could really use an escalator or something. Oh my god! It's the girl. The other one. When I reached the foot of the staircase, I spotted a girl climbing unsteadily up the stairs. She was dragging her right leg a little as she walked. Maybe she twisted it. Her petite body swayed from side to side. She looked extremely unstable. As other students passed by her, one after the other, the girl slowly continued to climb exactly one step at a time. Watching her from below, I'd be able to see her panties any second now. Wait! Okay. Hers kind of looks like a swimsuit. But it's nice and yellow. I like yellow. Oh. Wait. Kind of crazy frills. That's like, I feel like the frills, sorry that I'm like frowning, but this is like the only button. I have to use my hotkey, okay? But like, I think like the frills are like so large that it looks like it's a swimsuit instead, but I think it still looks really cute. Belly button blush. Yeah, she got a snatched waist. Alright, let's put that back. You look so devious right now. What makes you say that? I don't know what you're talking about. Watching her from below... Oh, I already said that. Shit, if I kept this up, I'd be labeled as a total pervert. Last thing I needed was to go in front of the mirror and see myself as Bill Clinton or some shit. Did he actually say this in the Japanese version of the game? Or did they just like pick a similar like figure? Lol. Insane reference. This game is brilliant. Actually, I didn't know that Takumi was so well versed in American politics. I guess it's not really politics. It's just like what he did, but whatever. You look like that American guy, you know, like Bill Clinton. Lol. With that thought in mind, I stepped onto the stairs in order to pass the girl, but right when I did... Oh. The girl caught the tip of her shoe on one of the steps and she immediately staggered. Wow, it's just like the gif that you posted in the server. She literally tripped. Oh my god! Yeah, she looks so small. And then fell down so hard you could almost feel the crash sound effect. No, get up! We have to go to class right now. Also, like, I feel like I got heartburn or something. Fortunately, she'd ended up falling on the landing, so she hadn't fallen down the entire staircase. She was still down on her knees from the pain, though, and was staying pretty still. Wait, how did she scrape her knee on that gloss finished floor? Maybe, like, you know, I mean, like, even with, like, that kind of flooring, you can still, like, skid yourself on those. Because your, like, skin, like, sticks to it. But I guess she's wearing stockings. So, I don't know. She, like, her insides are hemorrhaging. Oh, yeah, she could have hit, like, the edge of the staircase or something. Kind of hurts worse from the burn, almost. It's been, like, so long since I've, like, gotten an injury like that. Because I don't go out anywhere. So, oh, my ovaries. Why is her knee bleeding that? Could this be a flag? Yeah, no way. Even if it was, calling out to her or anything, even remotely similar, would be impossible for me. Oh. So I hurriedly slipped past her. Sorry, but you should get some womanizer who's actually into 3D to help you. Someone like Misumi. You really shouldn't rely on me. ... But the girl was staying curled up on the ground so motionlessly, I started to get a little worried. I was halfway up the stairs when I slowly turned back around to check on her. She's like, her stance. He's like, standing there. The girl was gripping on the railing and trying her absolute hardest to stand back up. I don't know why she stands up like that. She's scaring me. That poop pants stance. Yeah, she got something. She's not to see this. Yeah, she's scoring up. She's gonna hit somebody. Her knees were trembling. She looked like a newborn fawn or something. Her knee was oozing blood. Maybe she scraped it. Her face. I had seen it before. Wasn't she the girl who transferred into my class last week? Yeah, she's standing like the little throw-up cat thing. Wait, what does her lingerie look like from this angle? Okay. Giving me the full view? Okay, I'll stop being a creep. Was she the girl who transferred into my class last week? What was her name again? I couldn't remember. Oh wow, she was crying. Did it hurt that badly? The fall had definitely been pretty bad, but not that bad that she'd cry from it. There was nobody else willing to lend her a hand. After just barely managing to stand up, she bent forward and peered down at her knee. She must have been checking to see if she'd heard it. The transfer student wiped away her tears, sitting down her back on the spot, started rummaging around inside of it. What's she looking for? I wondered. Dang, he's like staring at her from like the middle of the staircase. Suddenly, she raised her hand above her head in a triumphant manner. Clasped in her hand was a band-aid. Our eyes met. Oh my gosh, she like blushed a little. The transfer student went red in surprise soon after, then hung her head. But regardless, she looked like she was okay, so I was sure she'd be fine without me. Yes, so Moe. Thinking that, I hurriedly made my way to class. Oh, my stomach pain again. As per usual, I kept my head down and gazed, and my gaze fixed on my toes. Seeing Moto with combed hair is scary? What do you mean? I've been like this for like a while. Also, hello, Autos. And 6 rats in a sack. Does traumatic brain injury go to die? She doesn't have a brain injury, surely. She's just quiet. I know I keep getting scared. Whatever. Just say I'm ugly. And while still remaining silent, I took my seat. While I sat down, I remembered that the transfer student had said something to me on the day she transferred. And I was so happy we were in the same class or something. I've forgotten all about it after everything with Remy, but I wondered what she'd meant by that.
Yo, Taku.
Yo, Taku. So according to routine, Misumi called out to me. Maybe he didn't have any other friends besides me. He'd always talk to me and no one else, so I was starting to genuinely suspect that. Okay, loser. Listen up, okay? So yesterday, I saw these two sketchy old dudes going into the principal's office. Question mark? And so, when I saw that, Rumi and I both went straight to try and eavesdrop on them. And we were totally shocked by what we heard. Those two guys were detectives, What? Detectives? Yeah, they were going over the whole school roster. They looked real serious. Maybe it's got something to do with the new gen? Maybe. The new gen culprit was someone at this very school. I couldn't help it, but a face popped into my mind. Rimi's. Well, they did end up catching us while we were eavesdropping though. Ta-ha-ha! Also, good night, Bryce-Go. Yes, 6 rats in a sack, not stack. Yeah, it's a name. Isn't this a series about a mad scientist and a snarky brunette time traveling? No, that's Steins Gate. I think. But it's like by the same people. But Steins Gate was like later, I think. I jumped! Speak of the devil, Jesus Christ! I felt my heart leap when I heard Rimi's voice invade the conversation. I couldn't look up, I was too nervous, but this was a completely different kind of nervousness than last week's. That's because you, wait. That's because you decided it'd be a great idea to go and open the door. It's your fault! Oh my gosh, she's like huge compared to Misumi. Oh come on, I couldn't help it. I'd never seen a real detective before, so I was obviously a little excited, and then I just kind of did it. How the hell do you just kind of open a door? Thanks to you, we had to get questioned by those two dicks too. Uh-oh. I can't be bothered to like mute the game audio. Just gonna hear both of them. I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the work, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown and green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what the reason, why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the work, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown and green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what the reason, why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the goat on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit. Like Murderberry, I'm the shit. Brown on green, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the goat on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit. Like Murderberry, I'm the shit. Brown on green, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the goat on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit. Like Murderberry, I'm the shit. Brown on green, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the goat on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit. Like Murderberry, I'm the shit. Brown on green, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to.
Why? Why does this keep happening? You know, I'm gonna eat Cheetos. I need to flush it all away. And I think Cheetos, surely it'll help. Welcome back, thank you. What Cheetos we rockin'? The jalapeno, the cheddar jalapeno one. I don't have apple juice, so we're working with what we got. Yum, yum, yum. She needs a leftover pizza. I wish. Yum, yum, yum. Also, like, since I'm pushing back the Clip Studio paint raffle, I don't know whether, like, to, like, announce winners on stream or, like, spin the wheel of everybody, like, during stream, or should I just, like, do it after or before? I have to think on it. Make it like Squid Game. Yeah, get all the people that participated and then you have to win in the Squid Game. Oh yeah, are we looking at all the entries on stream? I think I have to like screenshot or like download them because I don't really trust Twitter to be PG. Lol. I've played these games before. Oh, my Cheetos are almost run out. Yum, yum. But I don't know. I guess I will be having to like sort through like the people who wanted to just join for funsies and like the people who actually wanted the codes. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, I'm almost done with my chip. Yum, yum, yum. Horta's sitting alone in class eating her chip. Dude, I eat my whole lunch in class. Especially in middle school. Like the class before lunch, I just like eat everything. Like I bring out my soup and my lunchbox and like all my snacks and just like start eating my lunch. Like during class. And you know what? It didn't stop me. I think it's because I wanted like, I don't know, like free time during lunch to just like be on my phone. So I ate like during class. Okay, let me wash my hands and then we will continue. Okay. Let's get back to reading. I'm gonna be so pissed off if my stomach is still hurting in the next hour. Just let me be free. Well, what's wrong? Taichin, got something you don't want the big scary detectives to hear? Wait. Don't you? Gee, I wonder. Misumi-kun and Rimi were having a conversation with my desk sandwiched between them. They were completely ignoring my existence. Okay, third wheel. But to be honest, I was grateful for that. Even if Rimi did talk to me, I didn't have any faith that I'd be able to say anything back. I was hoping that the bell would ring before they got the chance to say anything to me, but when I glanced at the clock, I saw that there were still about 5 minutes until class started. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Taku. Did you see Kozue-chan on the way here? Kozue-chan? Who? Oh right, I figure you probably wouldn't remember. Cause it's you and y'all, but you really don't, huh? The transfer student from last week, Orihara Kozue-chan. Oh, so that was her name. Orihara Kozue. On the stairs. The stairs? I saw her. Oh, that's so? Looks like I'll be right back. Misumi-kun's voice gave off an aura of intense enthusiasm. I hadn't seen him this energetic since a few days ago when he found out that Fez was the next class over. In other words, I'd never seen him give his all for anything except girls. Which reminded me that just last week, Misumi-kun had already gone to hit on the transfer student the moment she'd arrived. You really are incorrigible. Incorrigible? Dog. You'd be chasing anyone? Well, I think Kozue is cute. I think she's worth chasing. Not by him, though. Incorrigible.
Incorrigible.
Incorrigible. Okay. You really are incorrigible. You've got a girlfriend and everything. I hope you're real proud. Hey, Kozue-chan's seriously cute, don't you think? He asked me something I had trouble answering. I'm always glazing this guy. I would have thought he'd be like, not enough chest for me or something. I mean, if they just gotta be a lady. At this point. He's out to conquer and not exactly to, I don't know. Yeah, he is a man whore. He asked me something I had trouble answering. I moved my head down ambiguously, which he apparently took as a yes. Right? I fell for her at first sight. All I want to do is protect her. All the boys agree. Every one of them says she's cute. The girls, on the other hand, can't stand her. She's got a real low reputation with them. Which is crazy since she's only just transferred. Despite that though, they're all super quick to call her annoying or whatever else. This class has got way too many girls with shit personalities. Isn't that kind of your fault, Daichin? I mean, isn't the main person who's calling her annoying your girlfriend? Yeah, I guess. What's your point? My point is that, of course, she'd find her annoying. Any girl like that if they saw their... Any girl be like that if they saw their boyfriend hitting on another girl in front of them. Even I get into fights with her a whole bunch. She'll say stuff like, stay away from Daisuke-kun, and she's far from the only girl who's told me that. You serious? Sigh. So you don't even know. Would it kill you to do even a little self-reflection? Nah, it's just way too tough out here for a popular dude. And there it is, my fault for expecting anything different from you. The enemy of all women. I'm not gonna cover for you anymore. You got that? She covered at one point? Oh, hey. Orihara-san's here. Wait, doesn't she look kind of hurt? You're right. I wonder what happened. She gotten hurt back when I saw her up the stairs. Obviously, I wasn't gonna tell them that though. I was trying to avoid talking to Rimi in any way possible. I'm gonna go check up on her real quick. Misumi-kun ran up to where the transfer student was. Thanks to that, Rimi was the only one standing close to my desk. Misumi-kun, please don't go. Uh-oh. Guys, Guido wed. Don't look at me like that, Rimi. Wait. Okay, pink and black. We're not in a position to see everything though, so we'll have to wait until it zooms out. It's green time. Is this for talking about the other guy? I think that's for Rimi, or like him talking to Rimi. Gonna freak out about. But green all the way, guys. Rimi didn't say anything, but she didn't move away from my seat either. Considering the fact that I was hunched over so far on my desk that I could nearly sink my teeth into it, I couldn't see her expression. All I could see was her waist, but if that were true, that would mean that she had to be facing me. In other words, she was looking at me. Yeah, weirdo alert. I should work up some courage and act natural.
Ohayo. Sakihata-san.
Morning, Sakihata-san. Yep, good morning. Alright, first contact went well. But just when I started to feel relieved, Rimi tilted her head to the side with a frown. Hey, Taku, why are you talking to me all weird like that? Weird? Yeah, like with Sakihata-san. It kind of feels formal, you know? Just talk to me like you normally do. Like I normally did, but I didn't even know what that was. Okay. Rimi? Yeah? What's up, Taku? Nothing much, really. Alrighty then, I've got something to tell you. Rimi cleared her throat, looked around the room, and then brought her face close to mine. Taku, don't go and become like Daichin, alright? A playboy like him is bound to get hurt real badly someday. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Cool. I really like how honest you are, Taku. What if you toggled? She's like too close though. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we gotta wait for the pants, guys. She needs to back up a little. She likes something about me. In other words, from Rimi's POV, was I the honest, neutral character archetype? For starters, there's just one thing about Daichin that I absolutely can't stand. He talks to all these girls left and right, but he won't even as much look at me. Isn't that so awful? Huh? You want him to hit on you? I guess that wasn't surprising. He was a total alpha in terms of looks, and he was fun to talk to. Even if you stuck him with a penalty for being a playboy, he'd probably still be the type any girl would like to go out with. He freaking loves Misumi. He's like, oh my god, he's so good looking. He's such an alpha. If I were a girl, I'd want Misumi-kun. But despite what I thought she was talking about, Rimi frowned and shook her head. Taku, that's a real mean joke. I get these real nasty chills all over thinking about him hitting on me. She wrapped her arms around herself and made a big show of pretending to shiver. Yeah, that's a no from me. No thank you. But how do I put this? It's not like I don't have some pride as a girl, yeah? Hey, Taku, what do you think about me? Am I attractive? Bruh. Okay, Rimi flirting 101. Do you think I'm cute? Don't fumble. You're asking me something that's real hard to answer. Well, am I? It didn't help that her eyes were twinkling, and she was clearly bursting with anticipation. That's, of course I thought she was attractive, but it'd take a lot of courage to say it out loud. Me? No one likes to admit to the to big mistakes made of youth? Question mark? Haha, gotcha! Ruby smiled triumphantly. Was she actually an otaku? There was no way. I smiled a bitter smile of defeat. But, I don't know, question mark? Yeah, I think she's referencing something I don't get. Wait, is this in the glossary? Tips list. Short for the full quote, no one likes to admit to the mistakes they've made because of their youth. A quotation from an extremely popular mecha anime series, often followed up with various lines about youth, such as, "That is what it's like to be young." Is this Gundam? Or is this like a different mecha thing? Any Gundam watchers? I wish I knew. Yeah, I never watched Gundam. I feel like the only mecha thing I've seen is Code Geass. But even though the conversation was completely normal, I found myself having a lot of fun. And up until now, I'd almost never had this kind of conversation with a girl before. I've only seen UC and IPO. I don't know what those stand for. I don't know why, but I felt like we clicked pretty well together, which was why I was able to say what came next so naturally. No doubt about it. You're attractive, Remy. What? What? Remy exaggeratedly threw her head backwards and her face instantly turned beet red. Okay. When you say it to my face like that, I can't help but blush. But thanks. It makes me really happy to hear you say that, Taku. Like 100 million trillion times happier than if it would be if Daichin hit on me like that. Also, Mono Monet, thank you for following. Such a lady killer. I know that's right. There's no such thing as 100 million trillion though. Oh come on, you get the idea. It just tells you how big the happiness scale is. Too bad that didn't happen. So that's what it's like to be young. If only I could have that conversation daily. Every day of my life would be fun and thrilling, and how I saw the world would change completely. But at the end of the day, that was just an illusion. Then me in reality couldn't even make eye contact with Remy. I just kept my head down, didn't move, and stayed silent. I think that number does exist though. Maybe... Well, he hasn't graduated high school just yet, so maybe he's kind of stupid. I despised my own cowardice, and so I was hit with the fierce wave of depression. Taku? Remy, who had been silent the whole time, finally called out to me, albeit hesitantly. But I couldn't respond due to how sudden it was. To her, it probably felt like I was ignoring her. In my head, I knew I couldn't keep acting like this, but in the end, I still couldn't get myself to do anything. Y'all hear that? Are you okay? This time, I nodded frantically. Probably made me look pretty suspicious. Okay, glad to hear it. Remy's voice was gentle. I could hardly believe it, but she seemed like she was going to continue patiently being with me, even though I was being silent. Are you okay? Was what she'd said. I felt the sudden urge to ask her something I wanted to ask. Back when we met in front of 107, what did it look like to you? Considering the fact that she hadn't mentioned anything in particular, it seemed like she didn't know anything about the people temporarily disappearing from the streets of Shibuya, nor anything about the wheelchair-bound shogun. Which probably would mean it just have been one of my delusions after all. That's why I wanted to ask her, but I didn't think I'd be able to look up and do so after all this time. Either way, I couldn't do it today. I can't even prepare myself to ask her. So next time then, I'd ask her the very next time I came to school. Yeah, I should probably organize the questions I wanted to ask beforehand then. Huh? Look, Taku, Orihara-san's coming this way. The transfer student? Why was she coming over here? Was she going to come down on me for not helping her on the stairs earlier? But she didn't seem like the kind of person to do that. Or maybe she wasn't coming up to me and she actually wanted to talk to Remy or something. Go down on him? Wait, did I say that? I don't remember saying that. Oh! Okay, never mind. It was in the line. I was like, what? The transfer student came up to Remy, then stopped. She didn't say anything. What the hell? As long as Remy was there, I couldn't have raised my head. Wishful thinking, perhaps? Yeah. The student's toes were fidgeting. The transfer student's toes were fidgety, but she didn't try to say anything. Orihara-san, what's wrong? For some reason, the new student timidly then placed a single bandage on the edge of my desk. It was a fancy one with a picture of a weird character, Garo Froggy, emblazoned on it. Was she giving it to me? Like the only thing she's been saying is she's been breathing into the mic. Her eyeballs are kind of small. I guess hers is like a lot more narrower. And I guess they are kind of smaller. Ideal woman dialogue, to be honest. Moosh. Behave yourself. Can you be nice to her? I'm sorry. How do I react? The Orihara Kozue girl was kind of weird. Oh no! Orihara-san, don't cry! What? Was she crying? Why was she crying? Was it because I didn't say anything? But this transfer student hadn't said anything to me either. I don't think Taku's bad or anything. Rumi swooped in to cover for me. Come to think of it, that was a little bit odd. I don't know next to anything about Remy, and yet she knew a lot about me. He just doesn't look at people in the eye all that often. He's an introvert like that. So there's no need to get all shaky and nervous, okay? Huh? Are you giving me a band-aid too? Thank you! With that, the transfer student bowed her head deeply to Rumi, and then she sped her way back to her seat. It was almost like she was running away or something. I have no idea what just happened, but I think you should probably take the band-aid, Taku. They have to stand in line every week for Garo Froggy band-aids. Yeah, they have to. It's a dual release. Well, why has she given it to me? Kazu-chan, a girl few words, ain't she? I got the feeling Misumi-kun had come back. I gave her a tour of the school on her first day. Wow, you were real quick to get your hands on her. Hold on, I haven't done anything yet. Anyway, on the tour we spent about an hour, give or take, running all around the place, and I was the only person talking the whole time. As you can imagine, I got pretty worn out. Oh yeah, and she's pretty quick to cry too. Yeah, she really is. She started crying out of nowhere just a second ago, so I got all freaked out trying to figure out what the heck happened. Just goes to show how innocent she really is. Hey, Taku, you get it, don't ya? You know how cute everything she does is, don't ya? If I were to put it in neat speak, she's moe as all hell. What's up? You need to take a shit? I shook my head from side to side as hard as I could. Taku! You haven't said a word for a real long time now. I thought she was gonna say something about poop again. Yeah, multi-stream reference. No, I'm actually not feeling too good. Misumi-kun, Remy, I need to poop. Yeah, it's freaking me. Yeah, that's because you're here. I wasn't ready for that. I had never talked to a friend who was also a girl all friendly before. Then again, I never had a single female friend before. Not throughout my entire life.
でも
That's crazy. Not even elementary school.
今折原さんと話してみてなんとなく思ったん
When
だ
I
けど
tried to talk to Orihara-san, I was hit with this feeling.
彼女と話してるとなんだ
I just couldn't help but
疲れちゃい
think
そうかも
it kind of wore me out, I guess.
女子ってのはマジで同性
Paste cootie avoider? Whatever.
梢ちゃんは俺が守るからいいけどな
Girls are pretty ruthless toward their own gender, huh? Then again, I'll be the one to protect her, so it doesn't really matter.
ほんの数十秒前に
Oh, come on! Didn't you say less than a minute ago that hanging around her wore you out too?
うっせ
Shit.
梢ちゃんは
Kazu-chan gives off the same vibes as Taku. Makes me not want to leave him alone if I can help it, you know? I hope Misumi-kun is in love with Taku. He's getting all these girls just to get Taku's attention. And he really wants Taku to step in. That's my headcanon.
それはわかるかも
Oh, I guess I could sort of understand that. They're like, they're our collective pet rock. Mimis, are you gonna go to sleep table? The sound of the bell told me that all classes were done for the day. The second it went off, I packed up my things, got up from my desk, and left the classroom. Yeah, good night, table. Oh yeah, chummies. Okay. I couldn't stand the subtle distance I felt between me and Rumi for any longer, so I wanted to get out of the classroom ASAP. Besides, I had to stop by Manga Dorake today. In the end, I hadn't been able to say a single word to Rumi. I had several chances to talk to her, but just like this morning, I'd kept my mouth locked shut the entire time. I might have screwed up by doing that. It would have made it even more difficult to talk to her the next time I saw her. I was sinking deeper and deeper into this thick swamp that was trying to figure out how the hell to act around Rumi. Wait.
お兄
Oh. Epic bell! Just as I was about to leave the school building, I was hit with the voice of a certain irritating person. Nanami came running up to me, holding a trash can in her hands. She must be in the middle of taking it out. Unfortunately for me, the bitch didn't spot me. I tried to ignore her and speed my way out of there, but just like usual, Nanami refused to let that happen. The hem of my uniform was pulled tightly from behind.
妹見て逃げるなって
How many times do I have to tell you that you won't wait for me?
なんだよ
What do you want?
なんだよじゃないよ
Don't give me that!
お兄が逃げるから
Do you realize I have to chase after you whenever you run away? It's kind of annoying! Okay, then don't chase after me if you don't need something!
相変わらず家に電話かけてこないし
You haven't been calling home at all, which is nothing new! But whatever, I've already given up on trying to get you to do it! I doubt you ever will at this point! Is she the only one that gets badass BGM? Yeah, she gets her own like theme song, and then everybody else is like a normal BGM. And she on that grind. Wow, she actually understood me for once. Then again, I don't know how she wouldn't, being my sister and all, even though I had no need in the slightest for a 3D one.
というわけで
So that's why I'm gonna have to keep coming to your room every now and then to check up on you.
感謝してよね
You should be grateful. Oh my god, guys, cheap viewers on streamboot.com. Remove space. What the? That's so interesting. Eehee-ho! No. Damn it, of course it come to this. If only I could somehow be freed from the curse of my obnoxious little sister. Yeah, nice name. Neurological bankruptcy. We will all be going to that link. Yeah. Oh, I already read that. Hell, even though I never let it happen, I at least deserve some form of compensation for putting up with her. I thought about that kind of thing daily. Oh, that was it. This was my chance to put the plan from earlier into action. If I was lucky, it might even work as a modest form of revenge. I checked my surroundings, then I started walking toward the courtyard signaling for Nanami to follow me.
何
Ah, what is it?
ちょっと
Just come
来てくれ
with me.
なんでなんか
Wait, what's going on?
She was so unbelievably annoying. Was she capable of following me or something? What a fucking idiot! Nanami, I have an important favor to ask you.
頼み
A favor from you?
Nanami's eyes went wide.
珍しいじゃんお兄が頼み事なんて
Wow, that do you have it often? You never ask me to do stuff.
とにかく黙って
Just shut up and follow me.
ちょっと待って
Hey, read up.
There weren't many people in the courtyard. During lunchtime, the place was always crowded with students eating lunch, but the only people who'd bother coming here after school were the gardening club or whatever. Also, hypnos_xd. Thank you for following.
で頼みって
Okay, so what's the favor?
Nanami lowered the trash can she was carrying to the ground, then gave a big grin as she puffed out her chest.
条件は枕
Hey,
の
but
汚
we
れ
got one condition. You gotta treat me to McDonald's afterwards.
お兄
As long as you do that, I'll do whatever you want, even though I don't really wanna.
Grr, every little goddamn thing she did pissed me off. I couldn't believe she actually wanted me to pay her back for this. Didn't help that I'd already treated her to McDonald's before too. Forget it.
わかった
Fine.
I'll treat you. Hello, Hypnos.
え本当
You're like a totally different person today.
But yeah, because I was lying. Sounds for being a liar, lol lol lol. And with that, I handed Nanami my cell phone. I then asked her to call the prank caller whose number was stored in my call history 03x733x991.
着歴の
You want me to cut a number off your history?
でもどれ
Who are they?
ネットの知り合い
Someone I know from online.
Nanami was tilting her head with a suspicious expression on her face, so I quickly told a lie that would seem plausible to her.
どうして7が書けるの
Okay, it's not coming out. So why am I
Why am I doing it?
書ければわかる
It's my burp never left. It's stuck. You'll know if you call them.
なんか企んでない
You're not planning something, are you?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up! All you have to do is shut up and do what I say! You can't even do that, then just go home. I have no use for you.
じゃあもうお前には
Fine.
頼まない
Then I won't ask you to do it.
I was to snatch back the cell phone, but Nanami pulled her hand back, evading me.
あわかった
Okay, I caught him. That's all you have to do, right?
ほんとわがまま
You really are selfish, you know?
Yeah, you should talk. Choking back my anger, I watched with bated breath as Nanami dialed the number in question. Nanami, blissfully unaware, put the cell phone to her ear and waited for them to answer. I noticed that on the hand she was holding the cell phone with, she was wearing a yellow bangle. That was the one I'd given her, wasn't it? Then again, it was more something she just decided to appropriate rather than me actually giving it to her. She even wore it when she went to school. Did she really like it that much? Even though it was just some cheap-ass bangle I'd gotten for free? Nanami really did have no taste at all. Not that I could really speak for anyone else, though. This didn't matter at all right now. Anyway, who's gonna answer the phone? Would it be some scary Dokun piece of garbage? Best case scenario, it'd just be a prank and had nothing to do with Shogun or Yua.
もしもし
Hello?
Someone must have picked up, so Nanami called out as she covered the receiver with her hand. Only to raise her eyebrows soon after, she then thrust the phone back in my direction.
お兄
People!
なんだ
What?
なんだじゃないよ
Don't give me that what? It says the number's not in use right now!
What? I snatched the phone from Nanami and put it to my ear, and what I heard was, a number that had been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording An error. Please check. She was right. I guess oh my god. She was right. I guess that meant it really had been a prank, huh? It was a prank where you would call a bunch of random numbers simultaneously over a couple days, and when the prank was over, both the number and the phone were destroyed or something like that. Either way, it was a pretty large-scale prank. But meh, didn't matter me anyway. I knew now that the mysterious call had been nothing more than a prank, and nothing else mattered anymore.
ねえ、一体何なの？
Okay, so what the heck was up with that?
もうお前用なし。
I don't need you anymore.
Huh?
What? Leaving Nanami standing there, I started to walk off, but it didn't take her long for her to chase me. Wait, what do you think was on there, bro? Just shut up
お
already.
前掃除中だろ。
You were taking out the trash, weren't
ゴ
you?
ミ箱置きっぱなしだ。
You left the trash can over there.
Oh.
Alright!
でも
But you still haven't told me what's going on!
僕は帰る。
I'm going home. Without dealing with Nanami, I walked quickly to the school gate with her right on my tail.
おに、じゃあマクディ
Thank you, remember you promised to treat me to McDonald's! You better not forget!
知るか。
They get care.
ちょっと、嘘ついたの？
Hey, do you lie to me?
まあな。
Maybe.
うふ
Nami stopped dead in her tracks, looking pretty upset. But I kept right on
おに
moving.
のバカ！
You big dick! She yelled out in a voice loud enough to echo throughout the entire area. Fed up with her, I went to turn around and saw her glaring at me with her hands on her hips.
おになんて。
I didn't do to get your brains shriveled up myself from radiation and die! Shit, thanks to Nanami screeching, more eyes were looking our way, even though I made it a point to stand out as little as possible at school. Yeah, she's so cute. My sister was the most obnoxious shithead of all time. Tied to 5G towers. Not giving a damn about what Nanami had said, I ran off toward the school gate. It was best to retreat in times like this. Nanami's voice could still be heard after I passed through the school gate, making me feel completely and utterly drained. Higashi Matasema was one of my favorite artists. They were ultra famous and their fans would always form long lines at every one of their events. I'd heard that the new Bloodtoon doujinshi that come out this summer had sold out in no time flat. I wanted to go too, but all the events where it was being sold at had been way too crowded to the point where it had been too much for me. Because of that, I found myself tearfully giving up. It had been naive of me to think manga dorake would be safe just because they had consignment sales. There had indeed been some consignment sales, but they'd been annihilated practically an instant. On various online auctions, the premium price was set at tens of thousands of yen. All scalpers should die in a fire. So true. Regardless, with all that in mind, I thought it was probably impossible to get my hands on it. However, just yesterday, while I'd been searching At's channel, I just happened to see what the new issue had been recently restocked at Manga Dorake. Yeah, truth nuke. Which is why I'd headed for it immediately. God, please grant me a miracle! I prayed to the heavens in front of the store, and then I stormed inside. I scanned the doujinshi section with my eyes as wide as dinner plates. I went back and forth down the aisle, searching over and over again to make sure I didn't miss anything, but I couldn't find it. No. Was it already sold out? I casually observed the cashier. It was a girl. She wasn't very cute, but she did seem friendly. I I never even once used the hyper advanced technique known as asking the clerk about whether or not they had a certain item in stock. Courthouse brand. The reason, of course, that I didn't have the courage to do so. Not only that, but the title of the Higashi Matsuyama's new book was Seiraton Cosplayer Gone Wild. So yeah, asking about it was completely and utterly impossible.
Excuse me, Whis, but do you have a copy of Higashi Matsuyama's Seiraton Cosplayer Gone Wild?
If I asked a female clerk something like that, I'd no doubt be labeled as a pervert, and I knew that for a fact. Thank you very much. In the end, I simply gave up on asking the clerk anything and exited the store dejectedly. He kind of has a point. Yeah, I don't think I'd... Well, I think... I wouldn't even ask, like, the bookstore people, even if it wasn't, like, a freak thing. I don't know. I'm too shy to ask. So I guess I'll go home. Or maybe I should go to Ass Cafe. Flipping between the two as I walked, a sword I had seen before flashed past the edge of my vision. It was a sword with a distinctive two-pronged blade, the one that Girl B, the girl who called herself Senna, had been carrying around the city. In the crowded center guy, the tip of the sword jutted above the heads of people walking down the street. As it got close to me, I hurriedly took refuge in a nearby arcade. When I peered out from the shadows, it didn't take long for Senna herself to appear, the sword resting on her shoulder. Okay. Wearing an expression that was just as terrifying as ever, she walked quickly toward the station.
She didn't seem to have noticed me. But even then, after having experienced the humiliation play that was lugging around a sword just like hers, the bold way that Senna walked around without a care in the world impressed me. Was she not embarrassed to hold a huge sword like that? I mean, she had to have been questioned by a police officer at least once. No way she hadn't. As I pondered that, Senna's figure got farther and farther away. Where do they sell badass D-swords like the one she has, I wondered. The one I'd gotten a hold of didn't glow, nor did it have a badass shape, so I wasn't exactly satisfied with it. In comparison to the sword Senna was carrying, mine was far less impressive in terms of design. The entire reason behind me getting a D-sword was to use it as a protective charm. Back at the Scramble Crossing, I'd been trembling in fear and wished for something I could rely on. After Rumi had showed up, I'd become slightly more stable, but the situation surrounding me was not getting any better. I still had a lot of enemies, such as Shogun, Yua, etc. That was the reason why I wanted to get my hands on a D-sword that looked way stronger than the one I actually had. Of course, there was also the collector's spirit found in every otaku. As if drawn to Senna's sword, I've been staggering over toward Scramble Crossing without realizing it. Oh god, I bit my lip. I didn't want to be out in front of the station. I would reluctantly go to Center Guy or school or whatever because I had things I had to do there, but if I could help it, I preferred not going anywhere near them. Having a crowd of total strangers standing around me made me feel as if any escape route had been stolen away, and just the illusion of that made it hard to breathe. Unsurprisingly, the area in front of the station was infested with people. Gulp. I was starting to feel more and more sick, so I opted to look down at the ground to try to hold the nausea a bit. Because of that, the next time I looked up, I realized I'd lost sight of the conspicuous sword. It looked like she'd been walking around the Hachiko statue, but... Oh my god, so many people. Right then, the light above Scramble Crossing turned green. A sea of people rushed into the intersection from various directions. It became pretty chaotic. A whole host of people walking every which way, and they did it all without even so much as bumping into each other. When I saw something like that, I realized how unrealistic the empty Scramble Crossing I'd seen in my delusion the other day really was. There probably wasn't even a single second in the entire year where there was no people in this place. What was I even trying to accomplish by chasing after Senna in the first place? I hadn't been able to ask the friendly manga dorake employee whether they'd had something in stock, so how exactly was I supposed to talk to someone who looked unfriendly and scary looking like Senna? Besides, she might have been my enemy. I didn't know what she'd do to me if I carelessly followed her around without any form of protection. Oh, what was wrong with me? Oh, I should just go home. I finally decided on that, but right when I was about to turn around. Oh my god. I noticed a white chain lying down on the street. And I couldn't see the end of it because it was concealed by the legs of various pedestrians, but it seemed to be stretching from where I was standing all the way to the other side of Scramble Crossing. What the hell? It was a ridiculously long chain. Was it for construction or something? There's no evidence of construction going on anywhere. I can't believe they left a chain lying around like this. Was this a location they were shooting at some movie or TV show? No, they wouldn't be filming at a crowded town like this. Okay, then did someone throw it away? A chain this long? It already been hard enough to just bring it. It already been hard enough. It would. What the? Enough just to bring it this far out here. Whatever. Regardless, it was definitely going to get in the way of people and cars. Tilting my head in confusion, I examined my surroundings to see how the other people around me were reacting to it. I thought it would be dangerous if somebody caught their leg in it, but not a single person was paying any attention to it. I rubbed my eyes and tried looking at it one more time, thinking it might be an optical illusion or something, but the chain was still there. I didn't have the courage to touch it though. It creeped me out too much. It was a cheap looking plastic one. It was extremely sturdy looking iron chain. How long has this thing been left sitting here? If these were normal circumstances, I think it's some kind of trap. After which, I would have ran away in fear, suspecting that something terrifying might have been waiting for me. But now, for whatever reason, I couldn't help but wonder where the chain led. My mind was overtaken by a compulsive obsession that told me I had to follow this chain. I crossed the Scramble Crossing right before the light turned red, bumping into several pedestrians that I did. At the end of the continuous chain was an old, dark green train car that was sitting next to the Hachiko statue. The wheels had been removed, so it was closer to a monument or an exhibit rather than a functional train car. You were supposed to be able to enter it freely too. The white chain was extending from the open door to the inside of the train. There were tons of people parked in front of Hachiko, but not one was paying attention to the chain. They didn't show any signs that they were even aware of it. As well as that, there were no signs of any people on the train at all. With a gulp, I peeked inside the train car. Hey. In that moment, I realized it was a trap. I couldn't believe it myself, which is why I hadn't suspected it at all before. The car appeared to be empty, but there was one single figure inside. Aoi Senna was sitting cross-legged on a burgundy train seat. Her sharp gaze was fixed firmly on me. For some reason, she was holding a light blue popsicle in her hand. That was a Crunchy Kun, right? Forget it. I couldn't care less about Crunchy Kuns right now. More importantly, the gigantic D-sword that she'd been carrying was mysteriously nowhere to be found. I wonder where she had even managed to put the thing with how huge it was and all. Oh. Green or red? I don't know. Gotta be green. Last time it was green, we got a foot job, so this is the natural option. In place of the sword was a white chain coiling around one of her legs, which reminded me that back when I first met her in Center Guy, she must have said something about finding her in a train car in front of the station. This must have been what she meant. Was she the one who put the chain here? Could she have really been lugging around such a long chain? It looked like it weighed over 10 kilograms, and not only that, but it'd have to have been over 50 meters long. I had no idea what was up with this girl. She was entirely unknown to me. She wasn't normal. Could she be Shogun? Feeling scared now, I moved to run away without saying anything. Only for a sharp voice to strike me right then. Come in. Where? I automatically stopped dead in my tracks. Thoughts ran through my head frantically. If I ran away, what would she do? Would she swing her D sword at me while she chased me? When I tried to envision it happening, it freaked me out way too much, so I hurriedly shook the delusion out of my head. Conversely, what if I were to just walk straight in instead? She would get a much better impression of me, and maybe she wouldn't be so violent. Maybe she'd even be in a good enough mood that she'd be interested in selling her D-sword to me. I didn't think she'd give it up that easily, but maybe I could get her to at least tell me where she bought it from. On top of that, she seemed to have been waiting for me. In other words, that meant she had taken some sort of interest in me. She looked scary, but as was often the case with tsundere types, she might have been actually pretty nice in reality. That could just be wishful thinking though. Then again, it wasn't like I was going to get cold just because I went inside. Surely that was true. We were right in the middle of Shibuya after all, right in front of Hachiko's statue. There were tons of people surrounding us. Killing me in public in front of them would have been suicide. I took a single deep breath, gathered my resolve, and then stepped onto the train. I suddenly realized the bundle of chain that had been at Senna's feet just a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. I thought that she'd moved it somewhere, but there had been no sound to indicate that. She was sitting on the same seat she'd been sitting on the entire time. Even if she had moved it, where the hell did she move it to? I didn't see it anywhere on the train. Where was the error? Senna, completely unconcerned with how lost I was, asked me something unintelligible yet again. You tailed me, so I'm assuming you found one. As I shook my head left and right in confusion, Senna's expression became increasingly stern. She then eventually looked away from me, let out a small sigh, then took a bite of her popsicle. Freed from her sharp gaze, I nearly sank down to the floor once again. Talk about looks that could kill. I would have sat down on one of the seats if I could have, but when I realized that she might have said something to me if I did, I couldn't bring myself to. I knew you were following me. You saw the error I created, didn't you? What are you talking about? The chain. The white chain. If that was what she meant, then yeah, I'd seen it. I followed that weird thing all the way here after all. But I don't know where it is. It disappeared. I made it disappear. It was my delusion after all. Delusion? What was she talking about? Then, what about the sword? You have one, don't you? Excuse me? No, I don't have one. How could I? This wasn't going well. I could barely get a word out. More importantly, who are you? Seems like you can't see. What? Senna glanced at me, then jerked her chin toward the window. What do you see outside this window? People, lots of people. It felt like there were even more people than before. It felt like I was going to get a headache just from looking at them. There were people with their heads glued to their cell phones, people smiling over phone calls, people standing and staring at the stream of people. Practically everything I saw out the window was people standing around waiting for other people. I mean, if there were so many people here, why hadn't anyone come into the train since I got on? Do you believe that there's a perfect world out there? There isn't. There can't be. Errors will always exist. Because everything, people included, is an electronic device. What kind of Chuny plotline was that? Jokes aside, I also thought about similar things pretty often. And I wasn't trying to say that Chuny plotlines were bad or anything. After all, the world was overflowing with books, movies, and anime that were nothing but Chuny insanity. He's got the little... he's nibbling on that popsicle. Why was it that a writer or a movie director or whoever else could come up with Chuny plotlines like that, and it was all well and good, but when amateurs like me did it, everyone made fun of us? The world's greatest had to have all been Chunibyos. Just think about it. The Wright brothers had genuinely thought that they could fly through the sky 100 years ago. Napoleon had boasted the word impossible is not in my dictionary. That was why Chunibyos weren't something to be mocked. It was the path that all of the world's greats had taken. Okay, Tommy. But my question was, why had this girl suddenly started spouting all this Chuni shit at me?
何を見ているかじゃない。
Isn't that what you're seeing?
何を見せられているか。
It's what's being shown to you. Oh, it isn't what you're seeing, it's what's being shown to you. People acquire information from outside the body by utilizing the 5 senses, but about 80% of that information we receive comes from sight.
そして視覚から得られた映像
The images obtained from sight are converted into impulses, signals that are then sent to the brain via the optic nerve. Just like a telephone, I thought to myself absentmindedly. A telephone converted your voice into electrical signals and then sent that information to a distant location.
電話か。似ていると言えなくもない。
A telephone, huh? You could say it's similar to that. Ugh. She just read my mind. You know, there was no way. Had I been mumbling to myself without realizing it again?
VR 技術を知っているか。
Oh my god, VR! Do you know what VR technology is? What, virtual reality? Of course, I didn't actually answer her out
ビジュア
loud.
ルリビルディング。
Oh, not VR. Visual rebuilding. I was wrong. I never heard of
ア
that.
メリカの精神生理学分野で
It's like technology currently being researched in the field of psychosociology in
生
America.
まれながらに目が不
With
自
this
由な人
technology, even those who have been blind from birth will be able to accurately view anything that the eyes can naturally perceive. This is made possible by using video equipment such as cameras.
どうやってという顔をしてい
That
る
look on your face tells me you're wondering how exactly, but the way it works is simple.
ビデオカメラが映した
Images
映像
provided by a video camera, the nerve impulses traveling through the brain are both essentially electrical signals.
要は
And in short, all that's needed for the brain to interpret those images is technology that can convert the signals into nerve impulses.
すでに実際にテストを
There
成
have
功
already
して
been
いる
successful tests to the point where the research team behind it has already obtained a patent for it. It was patented? Really? I thought that if was just a fairly hardcore delusion with an impressive amount of depth and detail into it, but claiming that there was a full-on patent was taking it way too far. I'd go to school if this was the teacher. Yeah, but would you learn anything? Or would her looks be too distracting?
その特許から読み取れることがある
Something can be inferred from that patent. Senna, who had been looking out the window the whole time, turned to face me. She slowly crossed her legs.
ある意図的な情
If it's
報を
possible to convert specific information into nerve impulses,
人の五感すべて
wouldn't it be possible to control all 5 senses and even the free will of people itself? ... Even though it was right in front of Shibuya Station, it was strangely quiet on the train. It felt like it had been deprived of sound itself. It was obviously an illusion, but I couldn't help but remember the delusion I'd had several days ago of the deserted Shibuya. As I thought about it, I couldn't take my eyes off the crowd moving outside the
さっ
window.
き言ったように
Like I said before, people are electronic
脳だけ
devices.
じゃなく
And I don't mean just the brain either. The entire body has nerves with electricity running through
つ
them.
まり
In other
肉体
words,
的な動きまでも
even our
操れる
bodies and actions can be controlled as
理
well.
論的には
Theoretically, that is. This girl. I was taken aback. This girl was even more delusional than both me and Yua combined. What she was saying sounded logical, but it was clearly a total pipe
事
dream.
実特許を
In
取得した
fact,
研
the
究チ
research
ーム
team that acquired the patent is shifting their research in that very direction.
あまりに危険すぎる
The
内容で
contents were so dangerous that the president of the United States issued a
命令を出した
memorandum to try and prevent any further research. Oh my god, Mr. President. How much of how much of what she was saying was actually true. It said, no agency shall conduct or support classified human research without having proposed and promulgated the common rule. Senna looked downward and clasped her hands resting on her knees tightly. But the world is full of nothing but corrupt factions. Factions that have no regard for morality and will sacrifice others without second thought for their own personal gain. It makes me sick. After she finished voicing her disgust, she stuck the last chunk of the nearly melted crunchy coon in her mouth, then suddenly stood up. I reflexively started to shrink back, only to run into the wall behind me. Ignorance is a sin. People claim ignorance is bliss, but that's simply naive. Doubt the world, study its mechanisms. This world is imperfect. She was coming toward me, thinking she might hit me. I tried to shield my face with my arm, but in the end, she slipped right past me without doing anything. Is the scenery your eyes perceive truly real? Without looking at me, she murmured that as we passed each other, and then she promptly exited the train by herself. I stared out the window at Senna as she walked away. Without looking back at me even once, she quickly disappeared into the sea of people. In the end, I have absolutely no clue what she'd been trying to tell me. The only thing I took from it was that Senna despised the world. Typical Chunibyo. From my point of view, though, it sucked ass to have her shoot her poisonous Denpa bullshit at me without even letting me get a word in. Her tone of voice had made me feel like I was being lectured. The way she talked was often a moe characteristic when it came to 2D, but in reality, it only served to make her feel more like a total dokyun. But the fact that she hadn't attacked me was a relief. A surprise considering that, for some reason, she always gave off that aura that she was ready to slap anyone and everyone. I wanted to take a breather after that, so I sat down on the seat where Senna had been sitting before. Immediately following that, a dokyun-looking couple suddenly came into the car. After that came a trio of people that were obviously dokyun ko-gyarus, then an older middle-aged man, and then a young businessman wearing a suit. The train car had become claustrophobic in the blink of an eye. Before Senna had left, no one had even tried to enter the car, so where the hell had they all come from? The voices of the dokyun couple and the ko-gyarus were way too loud, so I quickly got out of there while telling them all to go to hell in my head. Gulp. Oh, my reading. Type. So yeah, that's how I ended up getting tangled with some IRL Chuni chick. Okay, asshole, this time you pissed me off. Shocked face. Seriously, Lord Reinhardt, you always saying shit like, oh, I don't give a fuck about 3D, but you've been getting real nice and close with a bunch of 3D girls recently, haven't you? You even said earlier that one of them broke into your house. I don't care who you ask, that's straight out of Eroge. You plunged straight into your once-in-a-lifetime chance to be popular. Alright, listen well. I'll admit that I have indeed amassed quite the number of opportunities to speak with cute females. However, every single IRL one is a fucking mental case. You try and be on the receiving end of their brain-melting Denpo attacks. The sheer scale of schizo, it's legitimately horrifying. Shiver, shiver. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Even after I'd gotten back home, I'd still been somewhat interested in what Senna had told me. Of course, I didn't think that what she said was true, but I was pretty sure that I'd be able to confirm myself if I did a little bit of research into the patent, and the memorandum specifically. Grown-ass man. You don't like the little kawaii emojis? I was also able to get one of Grimm's friends who lived in America to help out as well. But even with all that help, I still don't think we were gonna find anything. In this day and age, you couldn't trust anyone without a source. A little baby talk between friends. Yeah. Shiho, who was the friend of Grimm that I'd mentioned earlier, he lived in America and spoke fluent English. Yo, I got a message from Shiho. Let me guess. BS, right? That stupid fucking mental case. She had to have just been making a fool out of me because she didn't think I could understand English. Don't underestimate the power of the internet. Consider yourself pwned. It exists apparently. Huh? It exists? What did? This guy went out of his way to translate it for us. Anyway, let me get it. Let me up it. Is this just more bait? Man, you don't trust me at all, do you, Labao? Although it's probably my fault for being an ass most of the time, Lolo. Okay, then how about I invite Shiho instead? Could it actually be real? I've been tricked by Grimm several times in the past. If I trusted him like I usually did, he'd hit me with something so bad, it'd make my brain blue screen. But he was saying that he was going to invite Shiho, and that he had a source for us. If this is you baiting me again, I'll kick you out of the guild. KK, just trust me once. He was being surprisingly confident. Maybe it really was okay to trust him this time. Damn it! I'm such an easy target! Slightly nervous, I squinted my eyes halfway shut to protect myself from seeing anything too quickly or too clearly, and then I clicked the link. What is this? Prefrontal lobotomy. It was a document written in English with a bunch of strange diagrams on the lower half. Part of it looked like a human face. The title read, United States Patent. I knew that much at least. In other words, this was an actual US patent. Oh my god, America mentioned.
VR 技術を知っているか?
Do you know what VR technology is?
すでに実際にテストは成功している。ある研究
There have already been successful tests to the point where the research team behind it had already attained a patent for it. It was real. I then went to one of the 2 text files that had come bundled with it. One of them had a series of news articles that seemed to mention the patent, all of which were translated into Japanese. One said the Sociology Research Laboratory of America's Victor Condria University was currently researching a groundbreaking invention known as VR visual rebuilding. As the goal of the research was primarily for healthcare, it had been gaining the attention of visually impaired people from all over the world. It was groundbreaking technology that enabled people who were blind from birth to see the scenery in front of them through video cameras and other imaging devices. To put simply, this was done by converting signals, the ones that composed the image data that the video camera received, into the only signal that the brain could recognize. Electrical signals known as nerve impulses. These are then transported to the brain via the optic nerve. There had already been successful tests and the patent had already been registered. The patent, it was actually approved. So did that mean that what Senna had said wasn't just some chuny delusion? I gulped, then went to open the other text file. I began reading Presidential Documents Memorandum of March 27th, 1997, Strengthen Protections of Human Subjects of Classified Research. The agencies shall jointly propose to prohibit waiver of informed consent for classified research, part of it said. Beginning 1 year after the date of this memorandum, no agency shall conduct or support classified human research without having proposed or promulgated The common rule, said another. The document was signed at the bottom by William J. Clinton and closed with the White House, Washington, March 27th, 1997. Oh my god, who's William? I only know Bill. A memorandum from the President of the United States. The content sounded like the premise to a movie or something, so I never would have thought it was actually real. Bill is short for William? Really? Wait, that's crazy. I thought his name was just Bill Clinton. Unless you're lying to me and put it in my leg. I went to check the original document via the URL. Even I could read English for the most part. Despite how I might have looked, I was a lot smarter than those dokyuns that went to school every day. I didn't know his name was William. What the hell? Bill Clinton talks Kami Oshi. That's why he name dropped him earlier. Bill Clinton, real name? Oh my god, it is William Jefferson Clinton. That's crazy that I never knew that. They don't tell you playing MMOs all day is basically college education. Yeah. Wait till you hear what Richard shortens to. Well, I know that one. It's not Rick. And it's not Rich either. The actual contents written in the document were the same as the translated text. Which means... Senna's words echoed in the back of my mind. If it's possible to convert specific information into nerve impulses, wouldn't it be possible to control all 5 of the senses and even the free... I can't be bothered to reread the flashbacks. We just saw that. It was starting to get somewhat difficult to understand at this point, but what Senna had told me combined with the sources we found online that backed her up, it all sent chills down my spine. I had a feeling that something terrible was lurking within, but what confused me the most was what Senna's true intentions were in telling me all this. Did it have anything to do with me? The part about being able to control people's free will definitely wasn't something I could dismiss as somebody else's problem, because there's a possibility that I was a sleepwalker. On the day of the 3rd New Gen incident, the crucifixion, I had been told that I'd been posting in a chat room as Shogun. Apparently, I'd posted from @cafe too, but I had no memory of it. And not only that, but I had no memory of Rimi too. We had been classmates for over a year, and we had been close enough to hang out on multiple occasions, yet I had no memory of it. Maybe I had done all those things while being manipulated by some other being. Besides, I was terrible at talking to 3D girls to begin with, so there's no way I'd be close to a cute girl like Rimi normally. No, I was thinking too hard about this. At the very least, I knew that the chat thing was just one of Yua's delusions. Shogun was a separate entity from me. He was trying to entrap me, and it didn't go beyond that. This was true regardless of whether or not he had actually been the old man in the wheelchair that appeared in front of 107. Maybe Senna too was one of Shogun's underlings. Maybe she was just trying to deceive me. Don't just blindly accept everything without questioning it. Don't trust a suspicious girl that you don't actually know. Senna and Yua were both of the same breed. That's how it should go, right, Saberton? Oh my god, she's on the... She's looking up stuff. Or, I don't know what she's doing. I feel like... I want to go a little longer. I'll finish this. Taskbar on the top, yikes. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what is that? I came in... Oh, add channel, something chat, something and something. That's kind of nasty though. Why not on the bottom? Shihan AO3. Oh, my friends are on my computer. The only sound present in the room was the distinct clacking of a keyboard. Oh my god, 40! Welcome in and thank you for raiding. 40's fishes come swimming by to bring good tidings. I'm finally here. Welcome in. What were you doing? Oh, hi, raiders. Hello, Shwilly and 40 and Marty. How's the game been? I think it's been we got some technical lore drops. I guess this stream, but it's been good. Even though my throat is slowly wasting away. Oh, Minecraft into some Val. What a nice productive day. But yeah, if you're tired or anything after your stream or you gotta do something, no pressure, haha. But yeah, thank you for raiding. Also Barty and Knive7, thank you for following. Senpai. Oh, thanks for being here for me. Yeah, no problem. Was it Kusunoki Yua's thin, supple fingers moved as if they were dancing, her gaze fixed on the monitor all the while. It's like giving me flashbacks to my freaking Sonic game. I'm telling you, I feel like sometimes the way visual novels be describing stuff is like, you're doing too much. Her touch typing was effortless, and she made next to no typos. Wow, she's so cool. I can never. She was writing an email. A very long one at that. You had been writing for almost half an hour, endlessly deliberating over the contents of the email and making frequent revisions as she continued to type. Kind of really immersed the reader. It's true. It's not that serious. She pressed it vividly on the keyboard. Would you describe people's fingers as supple? She's harassing people on Twitter. Actually, I don't like it. Suddenly, her fingers stopped moving. With a small pained sigh, she abruptly pressed and held down the backspace key. No, don't delete all your stuff. The cursor that was lit up on the monitor began scrolling leftward at high speed. All the long sentences she had written so far disappeared nearly instantaneously as the cursor traveled across the screen. No! Oh my gosh, she got My Immortal on the top right. Isn't that the... Or is this like a... I feel like this is definitely... something. Isn't that erg proxy? Wait, maybe. I was getting confused. When all the contents had been erased, Yua took hold of the Garo Froggy's stuffed animal lying on her bed, then hugged it tightly to her chest. This was a habit that Yua had developed recently. If she did not hug something in this way, she would be faced with unbearable anxiety. Burying her chin in the stuffed animal, Yua sighed once again and shook her head softly. Please, give me the courage to do this. Murmuring softly to no one in particular, Yua's expression stiffened. Goes back. With the stuffed animal resting on her lap, she returned her hands to the keyboard. Within the monitor, each letter she typed in a fluid manner was quickly displayed in sequence. Compared to the one she had just erased moments before, this email was far more short and simple. It only served to provide the bare necessities of what she needed to convey. When she finished writing, Yua hesitated for a moment and then resolutely clicked on the send icon. I sent it! Before she could stop it from going through, the email had already been sent in a blink of an eye. Yua squeezed the Garo Froggy sitting on her lap tightly and continued to stare at the monitor in front of her for over an hour. Although she had not been expecting one, there was no sign of reply at all. Oh, we didn't hear that. That was my stomach gurgling. There I was in my beloved room 37. As I sank down into the recliner, I started chewing on my nails in an attempt to distract myself from my irritation. So hello, chicken. If I didn't say earlier. There was a reason why I'd come to at cafe 2 days in a row, yesterday and today. 2 nights ago, after Grim, Shiho, and I found out that what Senna had said was true, I received an email from Yua. In it, she instantly said that she wanted to talk to me one more time. Fuck off, I wanted to tell her. What the hell did she mean by she wanted to talk? After deceiving me like that, I had nothing to say to her. Even if I did, she'd probably just come up with some new fancy way to trap me when I went to see her, as if I could risk that. It was true that I wasn't used to talking to girls. That was why I'd been so happy back when Yua was hitting on me. And yet, the harlot had been toying with me behind my back. And on top of that, she'd come up with all those insane delusions. Even I had delusions, sure, but I never bothered anyone else with them. But that girl assaulted me with her schizo BS that treated me like I was the new gen culprit. I could never forgive what she'd done to me. Never! So I ignored her email. But there had still been one thing that concerned me. In her email, she said she was going to come to my base, and I knew for the fact that she knew my address. That's why I decided to take refuge in At Cafe, despite it not being a school day. If I had the option, I would have brought my D-sword as a protective charm, but unlike Senna, I didn't have the courage to walk down Center Guy with it. At any rate, spending almost half a day in an internet cafe was fairly tiring. The recliners were comfortable, and it was equipped with showers. Oh wait, maybe this is where he gets his showers. He showers at the internet cafe. Now, mystery solved. But I still couldn't fully relax like I could at my base. And then the biggest problem of all, Seiraton wasn't here. Pro homeless tip is true. If you're ever homeless in Japan. After 2 days spent holed up in the cafe, I realized just how much the mere presence of Seiraton helped me. I wanted to hurry up and get back to my base as soon as possible, but going back late at night would mean the date would change. And by that time, the last train would already be gone. I figured that Yua most likely wouldn't be waiting for me anymore by then. I had to stick around for another 4 hours before the clock would strike midnight. I was sure time would go by a lot faster if I played ESO. I moved my gaze over to the PC monitor. My second character, Lisa-Lot, was standing there aimlessly, not moving. Okay, thanks for the flashback. Senna's word came to mind. More than half of what she'd said was true. The only thing I couldn't find a source for was the part where she was talking about controlling even people's wills and bodies. Maybe that part was just a delusion of hers. Mixing in just a few lies with the truth was a clever and effective way to scare people, especially with threats. Even though my reasonable side knew all that, I couldn't help but feel scared as I thought about all the strange, inexplicable phenomena that had been plaguing me over the past few weeks. In a daze, I looked at Lisa-Lot on the screen. Lisa-Lot, is this scene in your eyes perceived truly real? Keeping my voice low to avoid being overheard, I whispered that absent-mindedly. I thought about something like this several times in the past. The world I was looking at right now, Baselard, was the world that Lisa-Lot lived in. It might have been real for her, but from my perspective, it was fake. Which meant that the world I was in... the world that I lived in was seen as fake from the point of view of the person controlling me. However, just as Lisa-Lot couldn't perceive me as a higher being, I also can perceive the person controlling me as a higher being. I wonder if Lisa-Lot was thinking the same things I was thinking. At the very least, she couldn't move on her own. I had to interfere in order for her to move. So what about me? Maybe I too couldn't get up from this recliner without the interference of a person controlling me. To test this, I tried to stand up. I did it with ease. After that, I tried sitting down. It took no effort. But this sequence of events Was it really of my own volition? Or was it the result of someone's interference? I had no way of knowing. Huh? I heard the sound of the partition door to the private room being opened behind me, and at the same time, I felt someone come in. Startled, I turned around. Oh my god. Jump scare. Kusunoki Yua! I was so terrified that I was about to scream. But Yua's hand quickly covered my mouth. Her hand was hot and the scent of Yua's sweat infiltrated my nose. This bitch is crazy. Be quiet.
声は出さないで
Don't make a sound.
出さないって約束して
Promise to not make a sound.
約束してくれるよ
Will you promise me?
しないなんて言わ
You
ない
better
よ
not say anything otherwise.
約束して
Promise me.
するでしょ
You'll do it, won't you?
するの
Do it,
お願い
please. Oh. Green or red, guys. We could have her go yandere on us again and have her kill us. I'm not sure how sexy this could possibly go. I promise. I kind of want to do red. Last time we did red with her when like she was there. So I kind of want to see her be crazy. So I want to do red. In this small private room, the only way was blocked by Yua. The next thing I knew, my shoulders were being held down with such incredible force. I couldn't get up from my seat. Yua's cold gaze pierced through me at point-blank range. I couldn't help but look away, and my eyes fell on the 3 Garo froggies attached to the bag she was carrying on her shoulder. Alright,
声を
don't
出さないで
make a sound. Yeah, the sack's going off. Yua's hands slowly started to release me. Tusk it! I tried to scream, but my mouth was quickly covered once again. I could barely
どうして
breathe.
声を出すの
Why are you trying to talk?
約束したのに
Even though you promised me,
したよね
didn't you?
したって言って
You did promise
し
me.
たでしょ
You did, didn't you?
したよ
You did. Yua's grip strength wasn't normal. Keeping her hand clamped on my mouth, she forcefully tightened her grip on my chin. My fear reached its peak, and my knees started to tremble. I could no longer do anything but nod frantically at Yua's nearly inaudible words, each one sounding as if they didn't have a single shred of emotion behind them. Then, that finally made Yua weaken the grip she had on my chin, but she didn't let go like she had before. He's gonna pee, yes. Shivering timbers. Damn, this bitch was an actual bona fide stalker! I never would have thought she'd show up here. No, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I should have totally predicted it. I remembered that I'd actually seen her here before on the day we'd first met. She had been peeking at me from the neighboring room 36. It was pointless to have taken shelter here. How could I have been so careless?
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. As if to avoid being overheard by anyone around her, you whispered to me quietly, and her tone of voice reverted to her usual timid one. It was like she had 2 personalities or something. This girl was insane!
驚かせちゃいましたよね
I really started you, didn't
で
I?
も
But
西条くんと
I
お話しする
absolutely
には
had to do this in order to talk to you, Nishido-kun. She looked genuinely sorry. Crazily enough, I almost felt guilty just by looking at her. She was an amazing actor.
あなたの家に
I went to your house yesterday, but you
いません
weren't
でしたよ
there.
ねよ
Even
今
so,
まで
I waited there
待ってたんですけど
until late at night.
うん
But
で
I
も
understand how
私を
you
避けよ
feel
うとする西条く
by
んの気
you
持ちは
were trying to avoid me.
わかります
I really do.
私
I
西条くん
deceived you,
のこと騙してたわけだ
Nishido-kun.
し
If you acknowledge that, then stay away from me. I have nothing to say to any of Shogun's underlings. Anyone who traps a weak person like me is a demon.
お願い
But
です
please,
一つ
please
だけ
let me
言わせてくだ
say
さい
just one thing.
これ以上
I don't want to see you get hurt
あなたが
anymore.
不幸にな
Nor
る
do I want you to be unhappy,
あなた
but
のせいで不
I
幸
also
になる
don't want
人
you
が出る
to
の
make any more
見たくないんです。
people unhappy either. Well, what was she talking about? She was talking as if she knew everything about me, despite the fact that we haven't even spent 24 hours together. Just what the hell did this girl actually know about me? Was this just another one of her signature batshit insane delusions? A shudder ran through me, and I started flailing my arms and legs. But even so, Yua didn't let go. This went on for much longer. This girl might actually kill me. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and I just sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I want to die.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, but please just be quiet.
話は
I'm
すぐ
almost
終わり
done.
ますから。
The tone of her voice was meek, but the power behind Yua's hands as she held me was so strong. Even as I tried to resist, she wouldn't budge an inch. Yo, it's the crazy bitch. You guys can't say that. I couldn't believe such slender hands could be so powerful.
西条くん。
Nikido-kun. Yua inched her face closer and closer to mine. I desperately turned my head away. Yeah, you gotta censor it. Please. That was when I noticed Yua's hands were trembling. Or was it just that my hands were shaking so much it made it look like hers was too? While I pondered that, something unbelievable came out of her mouth.
人を殺すのはやめてください。
Don't kill anyone anymore. What?
自覚が。
You are even aware of value.
でもそれも
But
私には理解できます。
that too.
西条くんに
After all,
自覚があ
you
る
have no way of knowing Nishido-kun. Knowing
あ
what?
なたは
You. Yua's eyes shone with sorrow. Even though she'd been staring at me intently until now, she suddenly cast her eyes downward.
DID
Have DID. Multiple personalities. Annoying. I had multiple personalities?
最初はあなたのこと
At first, I fully intended on turning you over to the police. Despite how confused I was, Yua continued to
それ
talk.
が無理ならこの
And
手で
if I couldn't do that, I tried this method instead. But
あなたのことを調べ
when
て
I
いくうちに
investigated you,
あなたも苦しんでるんだ
I found that you were suffering just as much as I was. The eyes behind Yua's glasses once again took hold of me. They pleaded with me. No matter how hard I tried to see it as something else, I couldn't see her as anything more than genuinely worried about me. And that horrified me. I want to help you. This girl's delusions were getting out of control. What she was saying was totally insane. Or was it? Was it really insane?
だから
So, let's go to the hospital. We'll do it together. I didn't truly know myself, understand myself. I posted in a chat room under the handle Shogun without knowing it. Even though I had no memory of it, I'd become friends with a girl named Rumi. It wasn't just me sleepwalking, and it wasn't some higher being controlling me. Maybe the person controlling me from inside my head. Literally was inside my head. I wasn't me. I wasn't me. I was a different personality. I had multiple personalities. My head hurt. A throbbing, stabbing pain ripped through it. This wasn't possible. The entire thing was bullshit. And who would ever believe that? It too was yet another one of Yua's delusions. She was my enemy. She was impeding my way of life. She was trying to trap me. She was trying to destroy my mind. Even the hospital itself was under Shogun's reign. The only person I trusted, Dr. Takashina, had disappeared in a sudden, inexplicable manner. Shogun must have made him disappear. If I did what Yua said, he'd make me disappear too. I don't believe her. It's not true. 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 I was stuck in my own head. I shoved Yua off me with every ounce of strength I could muster. Slamming into the wooden sliding door behind her, Yua slumped down to the floor with a grimace. Finally freed from Yua's grasp, I grabbed my bag, stepped over Yua's body, and made for the exit. Damn, okay. Didn't have to do all that. Wait! Still crumpled on the floor, Yua grabbed my ankle. Her hair was disheveled, and her glasses were falling off her face, but she made no effort to fix them. Seeing her cling so unbeknownstly to me, terrified me so much, a pathetic scream escaped from my mouth. She was my enemy, one of Shogun's underlings. I won't be deceived. I won't be deceived by you ever again. Don't touch me! I shouted as loud as I could, and Yua quickly let go of me. In that window, I bolted out of the room. I tore a 5,000 yen bill from my wallet and slammed it down the counter in front of the dumbfounded receptionist. And then, without getting my change, I burst onto the elevator leading outside. I nearly tumbled out of the elevator as I burst outside. The sun was already setting. I examined my surroundings. There were people everywhere. Run, it doesn't matter where, just run. My base wasn't safe. She was following me. I had no idea where to even go, but I started running anyway. Think that Yua might get off another elevator any moment now. That she might threaten me again in that ice cold voice of hers. I didn't want to stay there for a second longer. Go. I looked behind me over and over again, but I kept on running regardless of what I saw. Pedestrians were all in the way. I bumped into a businessman and a Dokun-esque high school girl. When that happened, I was showered with curses, but I still didn't stop. I kept on running. It hurt to breathe. I picked some random-ass road without thinking, and I had no idea where I was running. I stopped to catch my breath. I checked the scenery where I was standing. I was in front of Maruichi, which meant I could take shelter in Miyashita Park. I would take a quick break there, then I would run somewhere farther away. If I went to Yoyogi Park, there would be plenty of places to hide, so I could spend the night there. I couldn't help but wonder what was behind me. I didn't see any signs of Yua. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she appeared in front of me at any second now, complete with the most terrifying, demonic expression I'd ever encountered. My instinct screamed at me, "Run! You need to run!" Oh my god, now he actually is homeless. Exhausted, I weakly sat down on the pavement of the Miyashita Park overpass. I'd run way too much. My throat was dying. I wanted to drink a nice ice-cold cola. But I didn't see any vending machines nearby. Maybe I was okay now that I'd come this far. No, I couldn't be careless. I still had to be fully aware of my surroundings. There should only be a few people at Miyashita Park at night, or at least that's what I expected, but to my surprise, that wasn't the case. There's a businessman walking briskly through the park, likely using it as a shortcut. An older man sitting on a bench messing with his cell phone. Several homeless people sitting around absentmindedly, and lastly, a person wearing blue talking to one of them, a police officer. Oh boy. Green or red? I don't want to do red again. Make him go through it. I'm gonna pick red. I'm feeling like mean. I gulped audibly. I remember that I'd been questioned by a pair of detectives a while ago. I hadn't heard a single thing from them since then. They said they were going to guard the area surrounding my base, but there was no sign of them following through with it. His whole life is a Fred delusion, it's true. Although, according to Misumi-kun, they'd apparently come to investigate Suime. Those two detectives, what were their names again? I couldn't remember. I told both of them the truth about what I'd witnessed at the scene of the crucifixion, but in hindsight, I couldn't help but think that they'd been clearly looking at me with suspicion as I did. Right as I thought, the policeman who had been talking to the homeless man glanced at me, or at least that's how it felt. Oh no. Terrifying thoughts ran through my head. I sat up and looked around the park once again. The man who had been sitting on a bench while staring at his cell phone was taking quick glances at me, or at least that's what it felt like. Right then, a man with a stern face entered the park and sat down on the pipish fence, opened a newspaper and started reading. In a dark place with next to no streetlights. A man, seemingly a businessman who had been walking quickly through the park, was now standing at the edge of the overpass, gazing down at the street below. The policeman who had been talking to the homeless man was now looking at me while contacting someone on his police radio. Cold sweat crept down my back. No. Were these guys cops? Maybe they were tailing me. If that was true, I was completely surrounded. Yua had already made up her mind and decided I was a murderer. And then, based on her delusions, she probably gone and reported it to the police. You're kidding! I couldn't help but mutter that out loud, albeit at a volume low enough so that no one could hear me. Was this another part of Shogun's evil plan? No, I didn't do it! I didn't kill anyone! I'm not a murderer! Why should I, a coward who couldn't talk to people worth shit, be treated like a murderer and then subsequently chased by the police? Why did I have to be caught up in Yua's insane delusional bullshit? Regardless, I couldn't stay here. My chest still hadn't stopped pounding, and it hurt to breathe, but I still had to get out of here. I made my way over the overpass, trying my best to look as natural as possible. Right in front of me was a staircase leading down to Meiji-dori. I'd go down it and escape using the road. As I reached the middle of the overpass, a new figure appeared on the stairs. It was a woman, and judging from the suit, an office worker. She was holding a cell phone to her ear and talking with a blank expression on her face as she walked up the stairs. Could she be a detective too? I passed by her, my heart pounding the entire time. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah, shirts with that phrase on them are going crazy right now. I'm gonna go and buy one this Sunday. They sell them at Takeshita Dori, which is located in Harajuku. I felt really uncomfortable. Her speaking style was really awkward. It felt strangely theatrical. Who the hell was she talking to anyway? Who was on the other end of the phone? Was she talking to anyone at all? NPC dialogue, yeah. And in the end, the woman took no action against me. I finally made it to the stairs and was with relative ease. Upon reaching them, I looked back toward the park. The cop wasn't following me. He was standing in the same place as before, still talking into his police radio. One of the homeless people who had been sitting on the ground was starting to get up, but none of the other homeless people were moving. But then before I knew it, the man on the bench and the man reading the newspaper both got up and started walking towards me. The two men then glanced at each other. They were exchanging looks, or at least it seemed like it. I then turned my gaze to the office worker once again. She had passed me a few moments ago, but now she turned her head to look at me. The second our eyes met, she turned back away with a start. Her cell phone was still up to her ear, but she wasn't speaking anymore. I was hit with an amount of fear that I've never experienced before, and I immediately bolted down the stairs. As I ran down Meiji-dori toward the station, I looked up at the overpass. The office worker was leaning over the railing and pointing at me. And it wasn't just her. Two men were sprinting across the overpass. They really were cops! All of them were cops! Shit, shit, shit! This was all Yua's fault. She had me set up! Should I just tell them I'm as innocent? But even if I did, I couldn't get away from the fact that I was literally running away from the police right now. Besides, I was sure that the police would find some way to pin it on me regardless. They would never believe an otaku freak like me! I didn't have time to think about what would happen next. For now, I just needed to get away from Yua and the police. That was a sole thought occupying my mind. I passed under a pedestrian overpass and ran up the stairs leading to it. There were people everywhere. All of them were blocking my path! It felt as if each and every one of them were deliberately getting in my way, like they all had some form of malicious intent. Everyone looked like they could be cops. I was this close to completely panicking. I looked behind me and saw someone sprinting after me. I caught a glimpse of a person cutting through the crowd just like I was. It was one of the people I'd seen at the park. I didn't know who it was. It didn't matter, they were following me regardless. I was horrified. If I got caught, my life would be over. I would be falsely accused of a crime I didn't commit, sentenced to death, locked up in a high-security prison for decades and decades, and then after I finished enduring that living hell, I would be told, alrighty then, your number's up, time for you to die. Wait, it's been a while. I'm just gonna save. I've had like some parts of the game like freeze up on me, so I'll try to remember. I didn't want that. I wouldn't be able to handle that. didn't want to live like that. Even if I had somehow managed to prove that it was a false accusation, once I was branded a criminal, it would never go away. Everyone around me would look at me suspiciously for the rest of my life. Surely it won't freeze. Well, it's more like, I mean, booting out the game again, like, fixes it. But, like, it's a little awkward if I never saved. I didn't want that. I hadn't done anything. I turned to a small street that was completely deserted and kept running as hard as I could. But I had been running ever since I left At Cafe, and I still hadn't been able to catch my breath. My lungs were begging for oxygen, my legs were shaking with fatigue. I hated myself for not exercising more, but it was too late for that regardless. Finally, I couldn't run anymore, so I doubled over and gripped my knees with my hands. The place where I stopped looked familiar. The distinctive red brick walls paired with a gigantic black backlit sign that read Gigantes. I've been here before with Misumi-kun. We'd come to see the Phantasm concert, or to be more specific, to see their lead singer Fez. But now the place was quiet and empty, with the only other light being the vending machine dimly illuminating my surroundings. Frustrated that my breathing still hadn't gone back to normal, I looked back toward the road I'd sprinted down. The street was dimly lit and narrow. As the Toyoko Line's train slowly passed by directly above me, despite the striking glow of the light leaking from the windows of the train, even it didn't reach the streets below. I stared at the road in front of me. I wondered if I had managed to lose them, being Yua and the police. It was too dark for me to tell for sure. Oh. Come with me. Suddenly, I heard a woman's voice in my ear, and I let out a pathetic scream before toppling to the ground. Oh. It was Fez. Wait. Okay. Got little bows. Yo. Is Fez dressed in a flashy outfit that she would wear to a concert. As she quietly looked down at me from the darkness, the eruptive energy that she'd given off while she was on stage was now completely absent, making her appear almost transient, like she might disappear any moment. This is epic boobers. Because of the darkness, I couldn't see her expression. As my mind wandered in my surprise, Fez gently held out her hand to me. Stand up, quickly. Her tone of voice was dispassionate, but I could tell that she wasn't going to let me argue with her. Still holding out her hand, Fez slowly craned her neck, then narrowed her eyes as if she had seen through the darkness. We need to run. Why? Did she know that I'd been running from you and the police? I was freaked out for a second, but I knew that right now, salvation was almost within my grasp. That was why. As if I was clinging on my only hope left, I took her hand. Her hand was cold to the touch. Yeah, save me. Right as I stood up, Fez started running. As I was already utterly exhausted, I felt incredible resentment. But I knew that if it hadn't been for Fez, I would have never been able to stand up again. The police would have likely caught up with me. I still wanted to quench my dying thirst in some way, but I knew I couldn't afford to. Fez pulled me by the hand and led us forward. We entered a narrow alleyway and made turn after turn at various intersections. I had no idea where I was running to. I wasn't even familiar with the layout of Shibuya, so I had no choice but to follow Fez the entire time. I nearly entertained the idea that this could be another trap set by Shogun, but I shook the thought from my head. Even if Fez was another one of Shogun's underlings, there would be nothing I could do about it. My legs were heavy with lactic acid, and I was starting to feel lightheaded, probably because my brain hadn't been getting enough oxygen due to all the running. I was this close to crying out and saying I couldn't run anymore. In fact, I may have made I may or may not have said it several times unconsciously, but even so, Fez never once looked back at me. She just kept going. Before I knew it, I found myself on a road where the Shuto Expressway ran overhead. Shibuya Station was only a little bit farther away, but there were barely any people around. Without a shred of hesitation, Fez started to head down the stairs that led into the gaping maw of the underground. I kinda need a pee. I need to pee and get water! No. Hey, don't water me. I gotta get it. Okay. I'll be back.
Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Over poop smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Over poop smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Over poop smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Over poop smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a drunk, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna
I'm
stop
back.
obsessing. Over poop smelling.
My stomach's starting to hurt again. Also, Mishu Esther. Thanks for saying my BRB screen's beautiful. Oh, maybe I should just end. I don't know what's gonna happen in here, guys. Third time's a charm. I just want to... Man, I went to the bathroom. I was like, wow, my stomach hasn't been hurting in a while. And then I tinkled, and then I left the bathroom. And then when I sat back down, my head... Not my head. My stomach hurt. My Mishu's okay? Okay. Also... Hello, Teguni. It's definitely a work of art, thank you. Should I just stop here? My tummy. I want to go watch YouTube and lay down. I don't know why I haven't... It's still clinging into my stomach. It doesn't want to leave. I think I'm just gonna end here. Yay! Hearts and hearts! Ow. Owie. Punch your stomach? I'm not doing that.
I'm hurting. Yeah. It's over. Let's go find somebody to raid. Thanks for streaming through the pain.
You're welcome, guys. The things I do.
Do you have a possibility to take painkillers? Yeah. Honestly, at this point, I had just given up, you know. Yeah, I am the shit. I don't know. Maybe I ate something funny.
It can't be helped.
Thank you for the stream.
You're welcome.
Who to raid? It's flu season. I don't think I get stomach aches from the flu. Oh, did you raid Sifi? We can raid Sifi. I forgot how to pronounce it. Sifi. Raid Sifi.
Exclamation mark raid.
I've still yet to fix how it works.
Yeah. Okay.
Yowie. Ouch. Wednesdays, 13 Sentinels. And that's, I feel like, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, thank for joining me today, everybody. And I hope you had a good time. She's gonna cancel. There's no way. I only have 3 streams this week. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna click raid. Okay.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
I'll try to feel better, lol. Ouch.